twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tulilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Uzalendo pia mshikamano viwe msingi wa umoja wetu, na tulinde uhuru na amani, mila zetu na desturi zetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tulilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Viwandani na hata mashambani, tufanye kazi sote kwa makini, tujitoe kwa hali na mali, tuijenge jumuiya bora. Jumuiya yetu sote tulilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you. You may assume your seats. At this moment, I want to invite Pastor Rachel Ngugi, who is the resident chaplain for this campus, and she'll help us conceive the mind of God even this morning.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to share a few words with us from Scripture before we pray and begin our day. I'm happy about this day because it brings together the alumni and the current community of Daystar, which together makes us the community of Daystar, those that came before us and those that are current. Our theme for this semester has been going all in with God, and I want to focus on Romans 12 verse 2. The theme comes from Romans 12 verse 1 and 2. And I just want to read verse 2 and for us to focus on why we are here and why Jesus has called us to a space like this in terms of the session that we're going to have this morning, but also a space like this in terms of a higher institution and what's our goal out into the world. Romans 12:2 says, "Don't copy the behavior and customs of this world." And I'm reading from the New Living Translation. "Don't copy the behavior and customs of this world, but let God transform you into a new person by changing the way you think." And I want to believe that we are here because we want to refresh our minds or even to receive new information. And so then it says, only then, when we have been transformed by changing the way we think, that we will learn to know God's will for you, which is good and pleasing and perfect. As I was thinking about our day this morning and the fact that we are coming to connect academia and the industry, I couldn't help but think of what Jesus prayed for the disciples in John 17. We find that prayer that he prayed just before his death in John 17. And in verse 15 to 18, he says, and he's speaking to his Father, praying for the disciples. He says, "I'm not asking you to take them out of the world, but to keep them safe from the evil one." And my mind stopped there at, I'm not asking you to take them out of the world. So in other words, we're in the world today because God would have us be here, even though he's changing the way we think and causing us to think from a God point of view. So he prays and says, "I'm not asking you to take them out of the world, but to keep them safe from the evil one." Oh, how we need that. "They do not belong to this world any more than I do. Make them holy by your truth. Teach them your word, which is truth. Just as you sent me into the world, I am sending them into the world." And I picked a few things from there. That one, we are in the world but do not belong to the world. And Jesus was praying, no, don't take them. Just protect them from the evil one. But then he says in the last part, "The same way that you sent me into that world, I am sending them into that world." And Jesus had clearly articulated earlier on in his time why he had come into the world. And he says, and he left us this same responsibility. The reason why he had come into the world, he left us this same responsibility. He told us to go into all the world and make disciples. And this is our main goal here in Daystar. We are here to make disciples, to become true followers of Jesus and understand what that means in our different spheres of influence. So that could be the programs we are studying. It could be the areas that we are teaching and learning from. And so God calls us, or rather Jesus said, become my disciples, but also go into the world and make disciples. And so he had clearly articulated why he had come into the world. And I see this as our responsibility today, even as we come together as academia and the industry and see how do we go out and make disciples. He had spoken this in Luke chapter 4, verse 18. And again, I'm reading from the New Living Translation version. He said, "The Spirit of the Lord is upon me, for he has anointed me to bring good news to the poor. He has sent me to proclaim that captives will be released, that the blind will see, that the oppressed will be set free, and that the time of the Lord's favor has come." So 4 things. 1, to bring good news to the poor. I see this as our major responsibility, especially as we prepare our students to go into the industry. And I'm sure some of the alumni here will speak into this, that we have been called to bring hope for the living and bring that hope in a way that people are able to actually live a fruitful life. That we are taking the good news to them and telling them, no, all is not gone. There is hope. We are not done and out. There is hope. The economy could be bad, but there is hope. That we will speak, we will be the voice of hope out there wherever God sends us. Number 2, he has sent me to proclaim that captives will be released. In other words, that there are practical solutions to the problems at hand. And that we don't have to be bound in, well, this is what it is, and there's nothing we can do. We just have to live with it. No. That there are practical solutions that we can take into the world. And I want to believe that some of our conversations today will bring that out clearly. That the preparation that is happening in the university here will actually go out to be able to say, here is a practical solution to this problem. Number 3, that the blind will see. That God has called us to open the eyes of those around us by pointing them to their gifts and their abilities, the potential that they have, just to help them see how gifted they are. A call for us to raise young leaders, and that's what we seek to do here in the university every day, to help them see this is how you're wired, and that wiring is not just a wiring, it's an equipping. You're equipped with gifts and abilities to be able to go out and make a difference. Lastly, that the oppressed will be set free. That those bound in various circumstances, and sometimes it's circumstances that are beyond us. You know, it's what we say, people become victims of circumstances. It could be natural circumstances, it could be political circumstances, it could be societal circumstances. You know, it could be, you know, as the economy is today, you know, the economic circumstances, whatever the circumstances are. But to be able to say that those bound in those circumstances can actually come out of them through the solutions that we provide. And I believe this is why we are here. To hear from those currently in the industry and learn how we can align ourselves to be like the sons of Issachar. And I really like to quote this scripture a lot, 1 Chronicles 12:32, that talks about the sons of Issachar, just 200 of them in a list that lists huge numbers. But it gets to that verse in verse 32 and says, these were only 200 men who understood the times and knew exactly what they needed to do. I pray that God will cause us and cause this meeting today to be so fruitful and such a fruitful time that at the end of it, we will be able to, each one of us, to see how we can make a huge difference wherever it is that God will place us. And so I pray that God will order our thinking and our conversations here today, that they will bear much fruit than we can imagine. Let's pray together. Our Father and our God, we are privileged this morning that you're here and that you have also given us this opportunity, oh God. We don't take it for granted that you would bring us together in this way so that we can learn from one another. Lord, thank you that your word tells us that iron sharpens iron, and we are here to exactly do that. And Lord, we pray that our interactions this morning will be guided by your Holy Spirit, so that we will, each one of us, understand how you have called us to be your followers, true followers, and you have also called us to make disciples wherever we go and to influence in the way that you have equipped us, oh God. And so we pray that you will order our thinking, order our discussions, oh God, and may this meeting be so fruitful for the honor and glory of your name. We pray that it will transform our lives, oh God. We pray that there will be things that we will share here that will change the way we think, because that's what you've called us to, oh God, that if we are transformed by the renewing of our minds, then we will know your good, pleasing, and perfect will for our lives. We pray that you bless us, bless every speaker that will speak this morning, oh God, and Lord, may you be glorified by this meeting. We honor you and we thank you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen. Thank you.
Let's appreciate Pastor Rachel for such a seasoned message. Thank you, Pastor Rachel. We appreciate your ministry. At this moment, I want to invite Professor Faith Nguru, who is the Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of academics, research, and student affairs, to observe our welcoming remarks. Welcome, Prof.
Good morning, everyone. I want to thank God for this opportunity to welcome everybody to this workshop. Please get on your phones and tell your friends that we are starting. We've actually started, so that if they're out here somewhere, tell them the event has started. Earlier we were talking with the guests and they were saying the way people time themselves. Some people time themselves by asking, has the event started? And when they hear it has started, then they know it's time to come. As opposed to those who look at their watches and they say, it is 9:40, I must be in that hall. So welcome everybody for a wonderful day of sharing. I want to begin my welcome remarks by speaking on behalf of our Vice Chancellor, Professor Laban Peter Airo, who may join us later or maybe not, but whatever happens, he is the host of this workshop, and it's a great joy to have the blessing of the CEO for such an occasion. We are also going to have in our midst the CEO of the Commission for University Education, Professor Ntarangwi, who come to us. We have a council member, Mr. Alan Bukusi. Thank you very much for planting this idea, and it has grown fruit, and here is the fruit. He called me one day and said, how about considering such a workshop where we bring industry and academia together? And I said, yes, sir. And so here we are, where we have council involved, we have faculty involved, we have students, we have friends of the university, and it's a wonderful time, because really this is what we call the university community. It's made up of all the people here present, those online, and those who will be joining us later. So welcome. I want to welcome faculty members here present, my colleagues who are not in class, are here this morning or online. When they come out of class, we hope they will join us. Staff of Daystar University, very welcome. Students, we were expecting some students from Athi River. Are they yet here? Yes, I see some nods. Good, because you'll be hearing from some of the alumni who are here in those days in Athi River, some 20 years ago, 15 years ago, when there was no water. Tell them that these days we have water in Athi River. The animals have reduced in number, but they are still there. They will tell you stories of which animals are walking around in the wilds in Athi River. So students, both from the undergraduate, diploma, certificate, postgraduate students, you are all very welcome. We have our guests, and they will be introduced individually as they come. But in the meanwhile, as we were having a cup of tea they started networking among themselves. So this is a networking occasion where you meet potential employers, and even the employers themselves here have started networking, and I want to immediately recognize Mr. Gitonga's gifting to the university. He's written several books, and they're headed to the library, so I hope somebody later from the library will receive these books, and he'll be telling us a little bit about writing and how important it is to write well, and he has given us this gift. Let's give him a hand clap. We know there will be other opportunities and other gifts coming from our speakers and our guests. I want to pick up on what the chaplain was saying, and just note, as I welcome all of us, that Daystar University is involved in something called Christian Higher Education, where we are training for life, we are training for work, and we are training for eternity. And as we listen to our speakers today, I'm sure we'll be hearing some of this. We'll be hearing about our curriculum. That's why I particularly wanted the lecturers to be here, because we'll be speaking about our curriculum review. When we hear what industry is saying, we look at our curriculum offering, we look at our methodologies of teaching, and we try to marry the two so that we train our students for life. Life here, what Pastor Rachel was talking about, that world where we live in, where we marry, give in marriage, become grandmothers and grandfathers, go to the shambas, put up houses, or whatever it is that we are doing in this life. We would want it to be the very best, remembering excellence as one of our themes. We are also in particular focusing this day on the question of work, and we are training people for the work market, for the industry. And we want to hear, what is the industry saying? Where are we? What makes you stand out, students, when you appear for that interview? What is it that they are looking for? Because there are many graduates, many people with good transcripts, like the one you'll get. But what extra do you bring to the table? So we'll be listening very, very carefully. I hear an echo. I'm sure somebody will do something about it. Thank you very much. These are the people we are training for industry. They pick problems and solutions right there. Thank you. So we train for work. And finally, the third point, we also train for eternity. This is not the end of life. You are being a CEO, and we are very, very pleased that today we have several CEOs here. When we used to tell them in first year, one day you'll be a CEO, they used to laugh under the table. Who, me? Do they know the grades I'm getting? Do they know how many classes I've missed? Do they know the challenges I'm having in paying school fees? And they are saying I'll be a CEO. Here you are, and thank you very much for coming. That you can become an inspiration to our students, that it is possible. The chair of the trustees, Reverend Dr. Matthews Mwalwa, was once a chaplain at Daystar University, maybe during some of your time. And every time we meet, he tells me, he reminds me, this is the future we were talking about. 20 years ago, 30 years ago, whenever I met him, and this is the future that we were always talking about. And I'm so glad that you are here, our guests, to tell us about this future that you are thinking about and being prepared for. what lessons you have picked along the way that you can share with us. Thank you very, very much for coming, for accepting our invitation from the council member, from myself, from the alumni group, because this is a combined effort in the university between academic division per se, the finance, administration, and planning division, where the alumni association now is housed, and everybody else who is here participating. We warmly welcome you to Daystar University, and I'm sure we'll have a very, very good day where you ask questions. And that's where the presentations are fairly short, so that later on we can have discussions. And you can ask the real questions, the ones sometimes you don't ask in class. This is freedom time to ask those who are in industry, what is it out there? How should I be positioning myself in class so that I can reach where you have reached? So we pray God's blessings as we share this day. Karibuni sana.
Thank you. At this moment, I want to invite our first presenter. She's been a professional with 20 plus years working in oil and gas, banking, manufacturing, construction, and in the NGO world. And since 2018, she embarked on a journey of developing and delivering skills for work programs for youth under 35 in East Africa. And this journey started in Kenya through the establishment of Zindua Career, where she's currently the founder and the CEO. Ladies and gentlemen, let's invite Edna Simiti, who will give the first presentation. Welcome, Edna.
Morning, everyone. I'm very happy to be here this morning. I would like to express my gratitude to the Daystar leadership and all the planning committees, the faculty, the students, even alumni who've joined us this morning. As you've heard, my name is Edna Simiti. I'm a Daystar alumni. I graduated in the year 2000. And as we were coming here, I was reminding our DVC that it's really a pleasure to be on this side of the board many years later, because in 1999 I was in the boardroom on the student side, speaking for students. Now I'm here speaking for employers, and it's really, really a pleasure. I don't know whether my presentation is on the screen. I had shared it with the committee, but I would like to spend a few minutes inspiring the students, inspiring the academia in the Daystar University, and even those who are maybe thinking and researching how can we improve our delivery process so that the students who come within Daystar are well prepared for the world of work. So to start with, I would like to say, for the last 22 years, my career has been developed into something that I didn't even study for. I studied communication, and I did a minor in community development. But when I went into the world of work, I realized my strengths in marketing, my strengths in being a business owner. I think 3 years out of university, I started my own business in training. And then I was discovered by some employers who gave me a role in senior leadership in human resources. And so I ran in that field for 12 years after that. And after the 12 years, I think I had counted about 20 years in the workplace. I decided to let that go and come back into the market as a business owner, now bridging the gap between education and the workplace. So I'm using my human resource skills in that basis. So I have been developed into being someone who can provide business advisory on how to develop strategy. I'm actually pursuing my MBA in strategic management right here in Daystar again. Yeah. And during that time, I have also been developed to be somebody who creates human beings as well. So I have created 3 by God's grace. I have 3 boys, and my older ones are at university also, the 2 ones. And the youngest one has just started high school, and we are just praying for them to find their path in the future. And I'm so, so happy to be here also representing my year 2000 class alumni. We have a chapter, and I so happen to also be the chapter chair. So I'm so happy to be able to serve in those different perspectives. I've been asked to speak on 3 things. What are employers looking for? What would be the trends in the field I'm in? So I picked human resources. And advisory or guidance, what would be the potential gaps in academia? Okay, so it's not being shared. I will read it out or just share a few points that I had put together because I know I have only 10 minutes. So in a nutshell, from the experience that I've had during the time I've worked as a human resources, hiring people, establishing the ones who succeed in the workplace, the ones who end up not really succeeding, the ones who make the best of who they are. I can agree with research that was done by an organization in Australia called Youth Central, that 6 things are really important to employers, and maybe my fellow employers will also agree with me. 6 things are so important, and it doesn't matter if these 6 things exist in the potential talent because they're coming out of campus, fresh from campus, or they've been in the workplace forever. And I'm saying this in order to demystify what we keep hearing people saying. Employers are looking for people with experience. Kwani, I should have started working when I was 13. I want to demystify that by saying you should have something, some of something in one of these, all of these 6 things I'll mention. So employers really value people who walk into the workplace experienced. So they have some form of experience, whether it's experience that's related directly to the job or some parts of the job. Experience really means that you have some form of understanding how this job is going to be done. So experience, where would you get? Of course, you'd ask yourself, how do we prepare students who are fresh from high school, they enter university, and then how do we prepare them to have the experience? Then the answer would be, maybe we need to look at how do we ensure that during the time they're going through, the theory bits, how do they actually gain experience that is necessary for the workplace as soon as they graduate from our doors? And I'll give an example of my own personal experience. Back in 1992, that's when I finished my Form 4. Because I didn't get the grade I wanted, I had to wait. And as my parents were making decision what to do, I hope murder was not on the list. But I think it wasn't because I survived anyway. So while they were waiting for what next, I said to my dad, please, can you just connect me to somebody who can give me any form of work? And I managed to get it. And because of my work right now is career coaching young people, I give this story every time. My first job was to empty the dustbin of the CEO. And that dustbin was not full of papers and things that he was trashing from his work. It was full of stuff he was trashing from his mouth because he would chew those things and spit. And my work was to empty that bin. I did that job for 8 months. By that time, my parents made a decision where I'm going. And during that time, I was able to network, connect with people, and understand what it means to show up early at work, listen to instruction. Of course, when he wasn't spitting and when I was waiting for the bin to fill, the other people took that as an advantage to send me here, there, go there, here, yeah? And I did that work. And I had to go to a 2-year program before enrolling into the university. And after I finished that 2-year program, while I was waiting to enter the university, there was an 8-month period again. This time I went to look for work for myself. And you know what I did for those 8 months? It's what you see people doing on the streets, selling. Those things, you know? Next time you see somebody on the street selling stuff, just remember my face. I was there selling, and I gained marketing skills. When I came to DACE, I learned about the work-study program, and I enrolled, and I got it. I was attached to the registrar's office. So I worked there until when I was graduating, or is it when I went into DUSA? I can't remember. But it was something about 1 year. And for those who remember work study, I don't know if it's the same thing. I was doing at least 4 hours a week. Yeah. So when I finished and I went to look for work, I combined all that experience in my CV. And do you know how many years I had? 2.5. 2.5 years of experience. And I got my first job into a supervisory role. So maybe this can help us understand how we can combine creating an opportunity for experience for students as they undergo academia. The second thing, employers look for people who are mature. Maturity is shown in the way people approach what we are calling the operational approach. How do the talents approach problems? How do they approach feedback? How do they approach maybe dead ends? Do they demonstrate proactiveness? Do they demonstrate ability to take negative feedback and turn it into something that can be useful for improved communication and productivity? Maturity can be gained, again, from a formal structural education process within the academia. It can also be gained by the individual taking proactive measures to self-develop. Employers are also looking for being reliable, talent that is reliable. A lot of times employers are making decisions on what they want to do. They create strategies and goals based on what they want to achieve without the hindsight and the knowledge of what could change. So when jobs are assigned or goals are given, it is the expectation of the employer that somebody understands the depth and the scope of the work, takes responsibility to find out where they do not understand, and they are able to deliver as promised. There's an element of work ethic, which is very critical for employers. So how do we develop students to be conscious about the kind of work ethics that is needed during the time they are studying with us? Taking initiative is critical, and employers value this because at the end of the day, you cannot be told everything. You cannot be given the full scope of the expectation of the employer. At the end of the day, it is not the employer's responsibility to understand whether you've understood the instruction. So being reliable or taking initiative in the sense that if you do not understand, you can question. You can find clarity. You can send yourself to develop yourself in the areas of weakness. You can build your own understanding of where your strengths are, your weaknesses are, and you're looking for ways to bridge those gaps. So how do we develop students who are conscious, again, that they need to be proactive? They need to take their own initiative to develop themselves. Earlier today, we were talking among ourselves that some of the challenges we experience in the workplace is writing skills. Now, does somebody really need to tell you that this type of writing skill is below standard? There are so many resources online right now that you can go out and check for yourself. Does my writing have plagiarism? Is it up to standard? I can talk to people who are like me or who would look at my work and grade it so that they can give me feedback. Those are all elements of taking initiative. How do you send yourself to be excellent? Employers look for people who are willing to learn, continuous learners. We are in an environment where changes are happening drastically. Technology is influencing the rate and the type of change. Even the latest pandemic, COVID, has really influenced the way we operate and the kind of expectations employers can have. Are we willing to learn? Are we willing to grow? Or are we satisfied with our certifications and our successes? And that's it. Employers really value those people who face the day, face every challenge with a new mind. That, I am ready to learn and grow to be corrected. Employers value people who work well in teams. Because everywhere you go, whether you're an introvert or an extrovert, you will work in a team situation. So how well do you communicate with your teammates? How well do you instruct others if you are the leaders? How well do you feed back on the processes? How well do you carry your portion of the work? So these 6 areas could be an indicator on if we are looking at how do we improve our academia so that the students that we are churning out are ready to be taken on in the workplace. Could we look at how close are we in these areas that have been identified by employers to be critical areas for talent? So the second thing I would like to talk about is if someone is interested in developing talent in human resources field, or you're interested to go into the human resources field, how should you prepare yourself? So with the latest developments in technology and COVID-19, we realize that a lot of employers are more and more accommodating the hybrid model of work, meaning that people do not need to be physically in the office for work to be done. More and more employers are accepting the reality that you can actually have good talent anywhere in the world, working online or working face-to-face. Events nowadays cannot be held back because people are in different geographical locations. I think even today one of our speakers is coming in virtually. The fact that he couldn't make it face-to-face here does not change the fact that he's going to do his delivery. So the more and more we are able to accommodate people who are willing, ready, able to work in a hybrid model of work environment, the better. A second thing that's going on in the human resource environment, even as we make decisions about employees, how to increase productivity in the workplace, we are looking at how we can ensure that the whole person coming to the workplace is coming whole, coming as they are, and they have a space and chance to be productive. So somebody who is looking to enter into the human resource profession should have a good understanding on what it means to drive strategies and models that help an organization deliver on the healthy organization strategy. The healthy organization strategy means that the mental health of the employee is well taken care of, the physical health, the welfare, the family matters, their own productivity aspects are well taken care of, despite what gender they are, despite the age that they have, their education level, and in some countries where it is accepted, even how they prefer to identify themselves in terms of the gender. Yeah, so being able to be accommodative of what it means to deliver the healthy organization strategy is really critical. DEI efforts are increasing. It's continually becoming a conversation in the boardroom. And DEI basically means how does everybody feel included despite how diverse they are, whether it is geographical diversity, gender diversity, education diversity, language, culture, whatever, race. How are they included in decisions? How is their voice heard and well taken care of? And how is it that when they come to the table, their seat at the table is taken with the seriousness and the scope that it comes with? So that means people who are interested to enter into the human resource field, or if the university is interested to develop human resource professional, you must look into how do you prepare these young people to understand the E&I and how it applies in talent attraction, talent retention, training, performance management, HR strategy, and all the operational models within HR. The gig economy is actually creating a lot of influence in the way we operate in the HR environment, because that's driving our talent attraction strategies. So, for example, a lot of workers today want to be given gigs. So if you are working in marketing, there are people who will be there for you to do the event. There are people who will be there to do the branding for you for that particular event. So it's a gig economy. You have to know how to structure the environment so that people who are within events, who are maybe DJs, maybe people who are caterers, you can be able to have access to all these resources so that you can conduct your business processes. So in light of thinking about how do we prepare young people who are able to operate in a gig economy, I think there is the delivery of entrepreneurship abilities, the ability to be able to understand how their education can actually be a gig by itself, and they can use it for their own economic independence. Hiring for power and keeping the human touch. The more we are advancing, the more technology is taking a lot of the normal processes, and now we are having robots coming in, and very soon in the future, it is declared that we are going to be working in sync with robots. And so how do we make sure that the talent that is entering the workplace, as these changes are continually ongoing, are able to use their human power, they're able to keep the human touch, and they're able to be very creative. How do we prepare creative people who see problems and challenges, and they're able to come out with solutions that are actually useful to the world of work? So these are the trends that keep many HR directors awake at night in the human resource environment. In looking into the potential gaps within the academia, I perceive by understanding, what employers are looking for, the trends that are ongoing in the world of work, I would say that in developing the curricula, in trying to improve the preparedness of the young people for the world of work, it is important that learning institutions, higher learning institutions, view themselves as talent nurturers. Actually, the world of work is expecting you to nurture talent for the purpose that they have. And the things that keep employers awake is this. They have a strategy to deliver. They have to keep changing because of all the changes that are going on. How can you bring to them talent that is willing and ready to help them deliver on those strategies? So, currently, we are experiencing a lot of times the outcomes from higher learning institutions. We have talent coming out with a very strong focus on theory, the theory bit of the work. And it can be seen in the delivery of the practicum. For example, how out of the 4 years or 5 years or 6 years a student goes through higher learning, how many years or months do they actually spend in the workplace practicing what they're learning? So we have a very strong focus on theory, and maybe we need to see how can we increase or balance the amount of time we're spending on teaching theory and the amount of time we're allowing that theory to be used in the workplace. Also, if we could consider the long and expansive roadmap that many young people come out and they have to go through so that they're qualified for the profession. So I actually posed this question in one of the groups where I am. It's a human resources specialist group. And one of the arguments that came through was, if you think about it, a human resource professional will graduate with a human resource degree, and then they would want to go maybe for another master's course. But then in order to qualify to become a human resource professional, they need certification. So another path of certification. Why can't all that just be put in one place? So that roadmap to certification is somehow reduced. The purpose why students come to university or college is because they want to be educated and be ready enough to join the workplace as they are, served on the table as they are. So I think that would be an area to consider and think about. So one last thing I was asked to talk about is, what are the secrets of success in the field where I am? From my own personal experience, out of the 22 years I've lived, and from the training I got here in Daystar about being a Christian, I have 3 things to say. The first thing is love people. My kind of work requires that I have genuine love for people in order to succeed. So for me, it is to love people. I don't know for you what it would be because of the kind of work you do. And that is where I usually say the first place is have a deep understanding of who you are and the place where you're working and the kind of impact you want to make, because you'll be able to know how to be successful because of the kind of work you know God has given you. The second thing I would say, hard work. It is actually biblical, and it's in the Bible, in Ecclesiastes somewhere, that says hard work is God's gift to all of us. So as soon as you see yourself putting in extra hard work, don't complain, be happy, because that is the gift. You're enjoying the gift of God. And finally, in my own experience, I have never let go the principle of prayer, because I do not have adequate wisdom, strength, knowledge, or understanding to be able to do the work that has been given to me by God. This is what I would like to leave with you this morning. Thank you.
I want to thank Edna very much for that very warm presentation. You could feel it. And I think you are starting to see that the degree you graduate with may not necessarily be the path that you take. There are many openings out there. I liked the hard work. The workplace requires hard workers. If you are not, you'll soon see a letter. Kind of letters we don't want to see, but they come. Consequences of our inability to work hard. I mentioned that we have some of our speakers online, and I want to invite the CEO of the Commission for University Education, Professor Mwenda Ntarangwi. He's online. He's waiting to give his presentation, because the Commission for University Education is the one that regulates our curriculum, and we would like to hear from him. This workshop was supposed to be last week, and a lot of people had confirmed, but we postponed it to this week, and that's why a number of people are not able to join us face to face. So Professor, you are very welcome. He's been a friend of the university. Speaks very good Kiswahili. I don't know whether the presentation will be in Kiswahili. Has been out in America, and is also very engaged with this idea that I mentioned earlier of Christian higher education. How do we inculcate Christian values in the things that we are teaching? So Professor Ntarangwi, very, very welcome to join this team here in the hall, our DAC hall, and others online. And I'm sure we'll be encouraged and blessed by your presentation. As we go along, please note down questions that you may have for any of the speakers, because we are going to have a time for a panel discussion when we get to hear answers to any of the questions that you may have. I've seen many of my colleagues have also joined, and they're joining us. Keep texting people from their offices, tell them to come and learn a little bit more about how to nurture talent. It's not just lecturing. I think that is the take home for already right now. Right now, it's not just lecturing. It's nurturing talent as well. Thank you. Here is the good professor on the screen, and he will give his presentation. Karibu sana.
Thank you all for having me as part of this.
So, yes, we are an industry or organization or a sector that is very deliberate, but we have to keep reinventing new things. And even on discipline, and technology, I would say that we do the same. We have to respond to the past, so experiences and decisions and projects into the future, where sitting today and working and for that will always on the way. What does it mean to be constantly changing? Yeah, curriculum development and implementation is not an event. It takes time, it takes research, it takes time-tested processes. And sometimes it can be seen as if decisions are not moving fast enough. Especially in a case where there are these expectations of teaching to a particular industry or a particular skill. One position, professional position, is that curriculum is supposed to be foundation of skills, knowledge, practices that students then can pick up. And when they go to a specific industry, the industry gives them the relevance working skills to do job X. So we train, teach because of their understanding of how students learn. What are the skills and what are the attitudes? And when they get to teach in specific private institution, then that institution inculcates the culture of what you learn. But the processing as well, technical knowledge, something. But it doesn't have to be so long. We want just to produce students and knowledge based. Prepare them widely so that they can just have new qualities, breathe the foundation and then grow something different with each different task. Takes time? Or no? Sometimes in vessels, but continue to work closely. I don't teach specific things. I teach fundamentals and the foundation of things. Relevant social issues. When there's need for more interaction between university and the rest of society, both sides, that I think is what creates some interactions. Talking about is that sometimes I still explain that I have enough opportunity. So it's a test, skills and student listen. Some of them are just asked to be there with the public papers or some other members and the platform. So the interactions will have to be very, very clear so that both progress and let's just say that they are not consulted. They are happy to share their own experiences and some of the things experiences that so constant communication is that I for success in anywhere in the common use of this time is activities aligned to processing and manufacturing. So you're thinking also of some factor like this. I want to say that industry is a location, a place, the engagement where our participants apply the skills, values, knowledge, and experiences in service and interaction. It could be in graduate view of this understanding, my understanding of leadership, here are some tips I will share for their success for students. This is not students. If you're listening to this, make the most of the time. For a student, make the best time. Because it's a great place to learn specific skills for the field of study. Music, literature, or teaching as a profession, chemistry, nursing, among others. Make sure you have mastered skills, knowledge of that field. But don't stop there. Make sure you know the university is also a social space where we learn about how to live with others, especially others whose backgrounds, opinions, and values are very different, because that's how the rest of the world is. Well, in the course to learn and acquire the skills of persuasion, creativity, collaboration, and adaptability. Join clubs, join social events, attend presentations, understand how others think about things, learn to be challenged. Don't just hang out with people who are like you. You should develop those skills of collaboration. And I engaged in my teaching, the opportunity I had to teach. I've always insisted on students having group work. And sometimes I do this 3 or 4 weeks into the semester, because I've already started to learn a little bit about the students. And I do the ones that I think I am opposite to each other together. And I have them walk through those differences so we can come really a good projects. So very frustrating at times, but there's a skill they have in that. But too, as lecturers now, this is for my colleagues. Make the most of opportunities available to you to provide students with such skills as critical thinking. How are you setting your assessment? How are you engaging students in the classroom? What kind of readings you give? What kind of practical assignments are you giving? Is there also in analytical skills? How can you understand what it is to pick up a writing, essay writing, impression, and follow steps for breaking it down, analyzing it, looking for result, even cases, and ask them to take decisions, take positions, and why. And allow them to have awareness of choices. Give them opportunities to present, opportunities to argue through papers, through presentations in class, through task taking, and allow them to build trust in a small group of students. And then the opportunity in a bigger context. Also, for students and the institution, build networks and collaborations with other institutions, with your alumni, with prospective employers, and even postgraduate schools. It's not enough to say you are a student. The only important thing is no networks live longer skills. Which improving skills, networks, especially the networks of university, where you learn to be professional, good citizen. Those are the ones that carry through many instances. But again, let me say this. The job of connecting industry and academia is for all of us, for parents, school and university tour, bring the outside into the nation. Many of you know very difficult to do this, but for me, it's important that they see school as a continuation of life lived elsewhere. That's where the curriculum needs to be. However, it needs to be part of for every day, and it needs to be constantly changing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We appreciate you, Professor Mwenda, and thanks for coming to us on that virtual space. He was not just our guest speaker, he also came in with perspectives and a detailed eye from a regulator side of things. He mentioned... I'm sorry, could I be helped on that? He mentioned that our universities are centers for training citizens, and also that students should make the most of their time as they're on campus, but also look into the other side of the academy and in the faculty, the need to offer practical engagements. And I think that's where this is especially towering with the whole agenda of PBL, problem-based learning. And we pray that at the end of this, we'll get a lesser focus on what needs done in that space. At this moment, I want to invite the next speaker, Dr. Ehud Gashugu. Ehud Gashugu is a project director at Jira Digital Project, domiciled under KEPSA, Kenya Private Sector Alliance. He's a strength in project management and strategic management, and also a great, passionate researcher. And we're so grateful to have Ehud Gashugu with us today. Karibu Daktari. Let's appreciate Dr. Ehud Gashugu as he assumes the stage.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ehud, a very proud alumni of Desta University, and very, very grateful for this opportunity today that has been accorded to me by the university management and leadership, and the presence of all the faculty members, as well as the students, our colleagues in the industry. I'm really humbled and honored to be here. It's very exciting to see the changes that have taken place in this dear university that I underwent for 4 years and grounded me for who I am today. It was exciting to hear how Edna's career has pivoted, but I guess mine has moved from north to south. And so when we share these experiences, part of what we are sharing is that the difference between here and the world of work really is what the world of work really gives you. So I want to start by saying that my role at Kenya Private Sector Alliance is to support in development and implementation of youth employment programs, and therefore my functional expert there is very much diminished. And so my presentation will be a little bit more broad, based on what we are seeing, the threats that we are following closely, and where we see the largest opportunity for academia to contribute. So my nexus really is working at that intersection between education and work. Allow me to spend a minute to introduce Kenya Private Sector Alliance for the sake of those who do not know what Kenya Private Sector Alliance is. But this is the apex body of business membership organizations in the country, and we pride ourselves by having well over 1 million businesses under our umbrella. We focus our attention on policy work, but also more importantly, looking at the role of private sector in national development. And one such area that we have zoomed and double-clicked is on youth employment and the whole agenda of education for employment. I also double as a project director for a very revolutionary program called the Jira Digital Project. And the Ajira Digital Project is a project of the government of Kenya that is implemented by the Ministry of ICT, Innovation and Youth Affairs, with an ambitious goal of transforming this country into a leading labor destination choice for multinationals and national companies. And therefore, our work is to catalyze the growth of the digital ecosystem so that we can have the requisite skills that are required by the international and national companies. As we do that, we are also seeking to ensure that 1 million young people get into employment through digital and digitally enabled work. And as such, I will be talking about what are some of the achievements that we've made over time in regards to this. So when I was invited, the script is clear, the terms of reference were very clear on what I was come to speak. But today, I want to talk about the future of work. And I want to talk about the future of work in two lenses. On one lens, what I have personally experienced working on the youth employment space for the last 20 years, but also more important, what we still continue to see as trades and opportunities for young people to change the trajectory of their lives, the society, and the nation at large. I will begin by saying that generally, workplaces are now global. So we no longer compete locally, and therefore the talent we seek is a talent that is also global focused, but also able to adjust and adapt real quickly to local context. And this is really where the conversation around the kind of skills that companies are seeking begins. And the global skill shortage is amazing. While we are sitting here and saying that there are no jobs, companies are saying, actually, what we lack is not jobs, but people who are talented, skilled enough to do the work that we need executed. And I will actually be double-clicking that in a short while. I wouldn't dwell on statistics, they're there, and actually this presentation, you can have it. But the global talent shortage, as we speak right now, starts at around 40 million. It is expected by 2030, that number will double to around 80 million. So meaning that as we speak here, there is no reason for anyone at this star now and in future to say actually there's no job. And therefore today my message is there is actually a job for everyone, and this is how it's gonna come. Kenya has a very thriving and very upfront and proactive digital economy, the one that is leading in the region, and its contribution to GDP and employment is overwhelming. The issue is that the digital economy really talks and tries to bring new perspectives to traditional understanding of sectors that has the largest potential to create jobs. As you are now aware, that the traditional sectors that we need to focus on, largely the manufacturing, the agriculture, are diminishing the potential for creating work. And therefore, as a country, the new focus has now been on services export. And the services export can only be realized by us investing heavily on the skills that the young people in this country have and that can be exported and be used to deliver global solutions. So there are 4 traits that we are observing, and these are really part of what we are doing at Ajira Digital Project. And the first one is that the future is digital. And let me put it this way. Ajira Digital Project, which seeks to position Kenya as a leading freelancing hub, have experienced this firsthand. When we started looking at what we can do to be able to utilize the capacities of young people, whether in academic institutions, out of academic institutions, 4 things came to our mind. Number one is the scale in which the digital infrastructure is being realized in this country. The second one is the agility, the resilience, and the capacity of young people in this country, which supersedes all other countries in the region. And let me put it this way. As we work with many multinational companies, one of the most important thing they highlight, that the cost of doing business in Kenya is very high. But the only thing that they offset that with is the high capacity of the talent. We are very good in English, which means that we are actually set and ready to deliver global solutions and global interventions. The second thing is the digital natives, that we are all being, at this point, representing the future that no one in our ages probably may be very clear about. It is blood, but you have it in your hands. And so for the program that I'm currently leading, we've been doing longitudinal studies on how that is evolving. And this year, in the month of June, we did a study to understand how many young people are working digitally. We realized that 1.9 million Kenyans are working and earning digitally. And the comparative figures that we saw in terms of wage and in terms of contribution to social protection and social agenda were really, really way above the normal wage rate. The other point I want to talk about, that the future is digital, is the threats you started to see on business process outsourcing, and this was clearly articulated by Enna, and I don't want to really dwell into that. What we are seeing is that multinational companies are coming now to set base in the country, seeking for local talent. So meaning that if we have the right skills and the attitudes that are required to work in these companies, the opportunity cannot be exhausted. Right now, as we speak, there's a projection that this economy in the next 5 years would be attracting business process outsourcing work of close to 200,000 young people. So meaning that that opportunity is already present. My second point is that we are talking of automation, and automation is now real. And I want to start by asking, how many of us here are sitting next to a device? Precisely. So when we talk about automation and the future of work, it is not a future that's going to come. It's a future that we are currently living in. Meaning that human beings and machine will have to learn to coexist. And the question is, how do machines and human beings coexist and deliver mutual value? We all have these gadgets, but these are really possible workplaces for people. But how do we see them? We all sit with the laptops. These are possible workplaces for people. An organization like this one may even have a very up-to-date, robust computer lab that is accessible for everyone, has connectivity and potential resources that we can use. How are we interacting with this facility to be able to create this future we are talking about? The reality is, automation is here with us, but there are few riders into that. 50% of all the current jobs that we see today would require to be automated in 10 years' time. 50% will be automated in 10 years' time. I mean, I don't know, but in Africa, we are still a highly social society, so maybe teaching will continue to be physically, but if what we are seeing is anything to go by, I don't necessarily have to come here to physically teach. I could build my capacity and be a faculty member of Harvard or any other global institution that requires my service. Number two, if 50% of the jobs are going to be automated, the shock is that only 5% of jobs will diminish. So what that means is that with automation, what we are going to do is that we are going to get different types of jobs. So jobs are not going to diminish, but we will emerge new categories of job. And we've seen this as we continue to do digital transformation in many facets, including in the public sector. What we are now realizing is that some of the roles that most of the long-serving members of staff in the public sector in this country are holding have now been overtaken by the digital solutions and the digital capacities that we are actually working in. Because part of it is that with the digital technology, we are saying that public sector has the greatest potential to create work. But as we automate public sector for high quality service delivery for citizens, it is also shaking the nature of the public sector. So what that means is that we have to focus on what is now a more urgent need, which is digital skills. In the next 10 years, 9 out of 10 jobs will require digital skills. So the preparation for us right now, we're in school, we're in the workplace, is that how do we make sure people have access to relevant digital skills that allows them to continue being able to be relevant, but also to continue being more useful in the future. My third point is that skilling will need to be shorter and learning is lifelong. Now, this topic has been talked a lot by virtually everyone, but that the straight path from school to university to work is now a challenge. And that means that we need more faster, cheaper routes to competencies that will accelerate access to work. The other thing is that skilling, reskilling, and upskilling are now a constant factor. One of the things that we've continued to experience, especially some of us who are in the leadership position and especially leading teams, and teams of a totally different generation, your upskilling is double the one of the people that you are leading. So again, here when we speak this message, it's a real message that cuts across all of us, whether you are in the position of supervising your teams, or whether you are a team member, the disruption around capacity and skills and lifelong learning is real for all of us. All jobs at the moment require to be agile and multi-skilled. Therefore, the question is, do we need to be generalists or do we need workers who are specialists? I guess that is a question that we can leave to faculty members to do some form of interrogation in the next couple of years. But what we see today, more generalists are adapting much more faster than specialists. My fourth point and my last point, innovation and entrepreneurship is the new organizational culture. Today, we are talking about global competition. Today, we are talking about a workforce that is competing with global talent. We are talking about businesses that are talking about competing and working within a very constrained and complex environment. And therefore, everyone in an organization have to step in as an innovator and as an entrepreneur. Two very different skills and difficult skills to acquire. So if we start inculcating the spirit of entrepreneurship and innovation right at the foundational stage, that really smoothens the transition of most of the students and young people who are really seeking to go to work. It means that the first day you step in that company, you don't step in as an employee, you step in actually with an attitude of an employer. What that means, constantly looking for solutions, constantly being able to understand avenues and areas where investments would give higher returns, and also being a self-managed person. No one needs to manage you. Now, today we are in this workshop talking about industry and academia and how to strengthen the linkage. I have two perspectives into this, that adaptive organizations right now are aligned by meaning and purpose. Earlier days, the focus of organizations was largely on profitability and largely, to some extent, what they call social investments. But the shift is now real. That's about purpose. It's about what we are serving and contributing to humanity, and therefore it's adaptive. We're talking about purpose alignment. We're talking about agile problem solving. It's continuous learning. And now, if then organizations, the culture is changing to be purpose-driven, how then should we, as employees and people working in these organizations or preparing workforce of this new set of organization look like? It is clear that problem solving, and I'm really happy about the programs here at DESTA because they tackle both your mind, your heart, as well as your physical and spiritual well-being. So we are looking for people who are analytical, people who have a capacity to solve complex problems, critical thinking, among many other skills. But this is the point. Due to the rapid changes that are happening, problem solving is becoming a very critical skill that we all must have. This is besides all other skills that have been mentioned today. Takeaways. What do we see in this landscape for the next 15 years? Again, these are all broad strokes that are meant to stimulate areas that we should invest our time more, invest our money more, and invest in building our capacity. Skills development and fourth industrial revolution, as I said, it's about automation, would have the greatest opportunities for those who are prepared for it. The African continent is now becoming a village, more so with the various protocols and the various things that have not been put in place to encourage the inter-country collaboration, trade, and other investments. That is that we are talking about end-to-end value chain capture. You no longer look at a specific element within a value chain, but you look at value chain in its entirety. Now, one of the greatest discoveries that we've seen is emergence of new type of value chains. In this country, in the year, actually this current year, the sector and the subsector that has received the greatest investments is in fintech. So the traditional banking as we see it is no longer serving these changing shifts in the value chain. And therefore the emergence of new ways of addressing and managing value chains present significant opportunities for everyone, either where you're a researcher, you are a student. These are opportunities for you to double-click and identify what you can contribute to. Access to financial services, exporting African culture and identity. In real sense, last week I was in a certain meeting, similar meeting, outside of Nairobi, and it was amazing how the communities is organizing its culture as a tool for export and supporting growth of the local communities, especially young people. And with access to internet and digital transformation, this is becoming really a commercial, and you'll be so shocked where this is, because you will not even think that some of these communities are thinking way ahead of their time. Energy access is a big one, and I think if you've been looking at what's really happening in the country, the renewable energy, and all that, you will be able to see the opportunity. Lastly, as a Jira Digital project, one of the things that we've been trying to focus on is growing of local digital platforms. And African-owned digital platforms are in high demand due to their contextual knowledge of the continent. And as such, we will all be working within digital channels. A person of minimal usage uses around 5 digital channels every single day. A moderate user of digital channels uses between 7 and 12 digital channels a single day. And an avid user, especially young people, would use close to 15 platforms every day. Therefore, platforms are the next revolution where we as young people would need to invest. Allow me to finish by giving you this story. The other day I was in the village and I met my uncle. My uncle has one troublesome son who graduated 7 years ago, and this young person has adopted a behavior that is worrying the entire village. And so, this young man graduated with an engineering degree, but he didn't go to look for work. But luckily, while he was in school, he was exposed to digital work and online work. And so he took a course and started to explore what digital means to his future career. And so he discovered, actually, he doesn't want to go and work for an engineering firm. So he decided, I will start packaging myself as a product, as a company, and start selling my services where people know about remote work. And as such, the young man started his work, and he has been designing serious architectural work and designs for companies in Australia, in UK, and in US. Now, the parents have no idea that this young man is working. And so this young man, first and foremost, started to construct a house because he has enough money and he's ready to marry. The second thing he does is to buy a car, and the parents become even much more worried that their man and the young man has lost it simply because he doesn't leave his bedroom and he doesn't put down his laptop. And so I was called to come and rescue this young man by counseling him. And another part in the back, when I go back to town, I go look for work for this young man. The reality of the matter is, this young man do not need to work for anyone. He's already a successful young man. But as you can see, the context, the understanding of what work is really needs to be discussed and resurfaced so that we who are in the digital space allow our parents to know that we are actually working and they shouldn't get worried. Our parents, please take time to look at what our young people are doing. Therefore, we will have a harmonious relationships. Thank you very much, and God bless.
Thank you, Dr. Ehud, and for that parting story. Recently, I was driving behind an exhauster truck, and it was written, "He who pulls in the okazi." And probably our young people also get into that space. You see them locked in a space, and they're on their headphones, but they don't lack anything to buy bread with. Next online is Mr. Anthony Gitonga. Anthony is the Resourcing Director at Lead Train Limited. And we appreciate Anthony not just for coming today, but also making our library richer. Thank you, Anthony, and will you assume the stage for your presentation?
Nobody warned you about what is about to come to you, but there's an exam. Would you please rise up to your feet so that we can take the exam? In groups of two, please. Would you face a neighbor next to you? I've got a couple of questions. Determine between you who is neighbor number A and who is neighbor number B. Would you please quickly do that? You can decide who got A's in schools and who failed. Right, once you've decided who your partners are, here are the questions. This is question number 1 for partner A, right? In which battle did Napoleon die? Please answer very quickly. All right. You cannot Google the answers. Oh, person B, look at them and tell them to stop struggling. Napoleon died in the last battle. Question number 2 for partner B. All right, are you ready? All right. Where was the Declaration of Independence of Kenya signed? Okay, this is the question to A. Energy levels are going up in the room. All right, you are thinking too hard. B, tell A, it was signed at the bottom of the page. Do you want more questions? This is for B now. Okay, are you ready for it? Now you're getting the hang of it. This is what employers are looking for. People who are agile, who are able to think outside the box, all right? History changes. We are seeing the history of America changing. Here's another one, the third one. River Niles, in what states does it flow? Now you're getting the hang of it. It flows in liquid state. Okay? This is going to be a difficult one. And this is because we are in relationships and we all want to get into them. What is the leading cause of divorce? Huh? Yeah, now you're getting it. Now you're thinking like normal human beings, okay? It is marriage. And what is the main cause of failure? Exams. Exams. Now mark out of 5 your neighbor and tell me, how much do they get out of 5? Oh dear. You may take your seats. Well, my assignment is very simple. It's to talk about the graduate's advantage, the advice I wish I received when I graduated in 1995 from the University of Nairobi. And it was in 1995 at that graduation ceremony when we were preparing to go out, and we were so focused on our majors and our GPAs. That's what we were focused on. We were oblivious of what the employers wanted, and so we went out into the market groping in the dark. The things that we treasured the most were not the things that they treasured the most. And I'm not saying majors and GPAs are not important, but those things only get you at the door of the employer, not into the building of the employer. So Pricewaterhouse came and looked out for people who wanted to work with them, and I happened to be one of them. And they were looking for specific skills, and at the time when they recruited us, we had not even known what would be the outcome of our degree classes. They had looked at our results all the way from primary school, going through secondary school, and they wanted consistency in terms of your output. 22 of us got invited to join the firm in 1995. I still remember the day as if it was yesterday. And over 1,000 of us had tried to get in there. And so what did Pricewaterhouse do when they got us there ultimately? They put us in Nairobi Safari Club for 3 months to inculcate in us skills that were lacking in us for work. Imagine 3 months over there. And here's a question I'd like to ask your students. What was PwC or any other employer looking for? For you as teachers, this is the question: how can you equip your students with those skills that those employers are looking for so that they don't spend 3 months retraining what you've been doing? We're talking about shortening that span of time. And 3, as a university, how can you partner with such employers to exactly know what skill they are looking for so that in the courses you give those skills? Students focus more on hygiene factors, which is GPA and classes and majors in the university. And we're beginning to notice we're being prepared to go into a world with education that was required by Noah to build the ark. The employers have moved on, and they're moving on very fast. A report from the Association of American Colleges and Universities, together with employers, did a short course, or not really a course, but a study about falling short in college and college learning and career results. And this is what they found out. They were looking at a couple of skills: locating, organizing, and evaluating information, which is extremely important, oral communication, written communication, critical thinking. They were also looking at analyzing complex problems. They were also looking for applying knowledge and skill in a real-life situation. Now, the candidates who scored 80% and above, this is self-assessment, were assessed by the employer with a gap of almost about 40%. The students always rated themselves higher than they ought to. And so the employers, when they looked at them, they said, these skills that you're looking at yourself, you don't score as much as you think you score. So the disparity was about anything between 30 to about 40%. That tells you a lot. Sometimes we think we know, but we don't know as well as we ought to. Alvin Toffler once said, the illiterates of the 21st century will not be people who cannot be able to read and write. There will be people who cannot be able to unlearn, relearn, and unlearn. This is important. There is a personal development skill that you have to continue. The standards of success are not chiseled in stone. They are constantly being redefined. And what was rated best last year will not be rated great this year. You've got to change it with times, unless, of course, you're greater than times. And so what you find out as you're stepping into the market, you notice that the skills that you're prepared for were important, but for another time. And new skills are being required of you right now. In Job Outlook in 2020, a National Association of Colleges and Employers, they did a research and they found out that the 6 top rated skills that university employers are looking for from college graduates is problem-solving skills. It's top on the list. Now, why do we go into issues in our lives like substance abuse or depression or the other? Because we cannot solve problems in our lives. And this is what they are looking for. And the first place that employers are looking for to begin to see their future employees is on Facebook, to begin to look at details of whether you are depressed or not by your behavior. Ability to work in a team was another one. And these are skills that all employers agreed, and they said, we are giving these things 70% and above in terms of how much we need them. Strong work ethic. And this means 0 supervision. If you are unable to work without supervision, then you will have no work in future. Absolutely. You've got to be able to do this without supervision. Analytic and quantitative skills. These are the skills that Pricewaterhouse was trying to inculcate in us for 3 months. And all many of us did was to enjoy the cookies at Nairobi Safari Club. Communication skills, this is especially written. I can't begin to tell you how many manuscripts have been given to me by people who are English majors, and they are writing a book, and I can't go past the first paragraph because it is so badly written, nobody taught them how to do that. So it begs the question, who did their term papers? Somebody in River Road. Communication skills, verbal and leadership. And I can go on with these skills, but let me close this session by basically asking a couple of questions. Now, these skills say easy, but they do very hard. It is easy to know what employers are looking for. By the way, it's not hidden. A simple Google search will help you understand the skills that are needed. Knowing what skills are needed is not what we are looking for out there as employers. What we are looking for is the ability to demonstrate that you really have these skills within you. So how do you do this? The question is not just knowing it, but it's how do you demonstrate that you have these skills? Now, to the students, you'll be the first ones, and I'll ask you a few questions. Is that okay? I'm a coach, so that's what I'm paid to do. So what is your personal development plan? If I asked you for the next 2 minutes to explain to the person who is opposite to you or next to you what your personal development plan is, what would it be? This could apply for teachers as well. This could apply for all of us. What's your personal development plan? And what skills are needed, and what is your plan in acquiring those skills, and not just acquiring them, but perfecting them? Map out those skills in your class discussions, in your term papers, in your group discussions, in your short-term work, in your presentations. What are those skills that are required, and how will you maximize them? And don't just stop over there. Knowing how to do something is important, and you may even have the skill, but I need to know that you have the skills. How are you going to articulate that skill on your curriculum vitae? So that when I pick it up, I don't toss it in the dustbin. I look at it and I say, this guy, well, didn't get the greatest GPA, but from the things that he has done, he looks like the guy who can streamline the problems in my organizations. He's hired. A man was looking for somebody to hire and wanted a teacher who had 7 years of experience and had a bit of difficulty getting them, but resume started coming in, and finally he got one who only seemed to have about 3 months of experience in teaching. And they said, we'll interview this guy as the last one because, well, he doesn't seem to have it. And when he came in, he greeted them with a big, loud smile at them and sat down. And the panel wanted to know, why on earth would you want to apply for a job that required 7 years of experience when you only have about 3? He said, glad that you asked. Let me tell you what has happened in my school where I am for 3 months. I have been doing all these things, and every lesson that I end, I go to my supervisor or a senior teacher to debrief on my experiences. I have done that for every lesson I have taught for the last 3 months. And while the people who came over here touted a 7-year experience to you, I bring to you more than 10 years of evaluated experience in terms of the time that I have put in developing myself to be a better resource. To cut the long story short, he got hired. To you teachers, what are you going to do in this? Structure your learning for maximum skill transfer. Please understand this. I can get theory anywhere, but I can't get transference of skill anywhere. There's got to be somebody who really works with me to give me that skill. And what is most needed? It is the skill. What is the competitive advantage you're giving your students? Because everybody has theory. What is it that you're giving them? When one university gave me an opportunity to teach a class called the Leadership Seminar, the students did not know what would hit them. They were hit by something that looked like a ton of bricks. Their assignment was very simple: to go back to their workplaces, identify a change leadership program or project that they are going to carry out, that they can start and finish within 3 months, and it would constitute about 50% for identifying and carrying out the project. It would take about 30% for writing a paper about that project they were doing, and the other percentage was just for showing up in class and eating the cookies. Do you know the percentage of the students who passed that exam? 20%. When we sat together at the end of the class to celebrate because they had come to love me as their teacher, although I failed them, and I told them, I am doing you a favor and you will thank me, and your mother and your grandmothers will thank me too. I asked them, what would I have done differently in the course? And they still didn't seem to have learned it. One of them lifted up their hand, you should have given us one more book on change management, just beyond John Cotter's book. I say, did you even do justice to John Cotter's book to institute a change management program at work? And they shook his head and noticed that nobody was flowing with them, and that was the case. When I met these people, and I meet many people like this, I begin to notice that we have underrated skill, and if you look at the direction the whole world is going to, what Tibeta is doing right now and what many other organizations are doing, we are moving into skill. There's a passage of scripture in the book of Exodus 31, 1-5. It speaks about a man called Bezalel, son of Uri. And the passage says that God had blessed this man with the Spirit, was filled him with Spirit in skill, in knowledge of very many areas. Teachers, let me ask you a question. How many Bezalels are coming to your classroom who the Holy Spirit has given so much of skill in them, and what are you doing to hone that skill? There's another passage of scripture as well, in the book of Deuteronomy 6:6-9, that really talks about teachers, although primarily this passage is about parenting. It talks about you will teach them diligently. You will talk to them when they wake up, when they sit down, and when they lie down. You will also put signs around their wrists, frontlets around their eyes, and you'll post it on the gates. Here's a question that I will ask you as teachers. Are you diligently teaching? Number one. Number two, are you mentoring these people by talking to them and having conversations with them throughout? Because school time and class time is not enough. Number three, are you beginning to look at ways and tools of teaching that bring in the private and public tools where you put them around the frontlets of their eyes, you put them on their wrists, and you put them on gates so that they really know these things? Are you doing this? How diligent is your teaching? And the teaching that we are seeing today has absolutely nothing to do with theory. It had everything to do with skill. And here is the last question I'd like to ask the institution. This is for you, Desta. You really need to take notes, especially the alumni. I happen to be the only odd one out over here. I wasn't here. But I'm looking at doing my PhD, so you can interest me in coming over here. You got it. Well, how does Desta influence the reputation out there in the workplace? And what are you doing? What you're doing, is it enough? Is another question. What constitutes your partnership with the marketplace beyond supplying graduates? What do you do more than that? What program are you running, for example, with Safaricom to understand what they need and what you're going to be preparing for the people who are going to be going there? What organizations advances the interest of colleges and employers at a national level? And if there is not one, what is Desta doing in registering one? Because we need one badly. What market research do you have at hand of the top 10 skills employers want industry-wise? And what are you doing in your curriculums, not just to have what needs to be covered, but the skills that are going to be inculcated in that? Now, these are good questions to ask. How many renowned industry experts are on your teaching faculty? A former or a current business owner. Okay, right? A former or a current senior manager. All right? Have a direct interest in the workplace right now. In other words, there may be an employer there as we speak. How many are actively involved in short-term practical consultancy in the marketplace? This is the way you know what the marketplace wants. Okay? And here's the last one. What weight does practical research proposal carry in solving real-life marketplace problem? I want to tell you the reason why I started writing. It's because I noticed nobody goes to the university library as a common person to know how to do things. And I noticed that the books that they were reading on the streets were pamphlets that were written by people who were not qualified. And those that were written by people in the academia were difficult for them to understand. So I bridged the gap and simplified my English. So if you ever read my book and get a vocabulary over there, then I have failed in what I'm doing. And this is what we want to do. These are tough questions for you, I know. But if you are going to be true to your mission, we must, in essence, address them. Luke 6, verse 40, and I close with this. A pupil is not above his teacher, but everyone, after he has been fully trained, will be like his teacher. So when the workplace rejects our graduates, who in essence are they rejecting? The teachers. So we have a big responsibility. James 3:1 is big. Not many of us should aspire to be teachers because we have a higher judgment. There is a trust that we have. The standards of excellence are not chiseled in stone. So what's my parting shot for you? You see, your business in life is not to get ahead of other people. It is to get ahead of yourself, to outstrip your own records, to break your own records, to outstrip your yesterday with your today. Ladies and gentlemen, if what you did yesterday still looks too great to you today, you haven't gotten anything done today. You don't need to get to a school that we call the School of Personal Development. Thank you very much for your attention.
It is good that Anthony, after surviving the cookies, he's become what he is, right? And so, Anthony, we appreciate you for coming through and for your dedication to this task. We're getting to the next half of the program, and I want to introduce my co-moderator, Israel Lugadiru. Israel is in the graduating class of our 45th graduation ceremony, and he's already asking for appreciation. So, Israel, take it on.
Thank you so much, Alex. Ladies and gentlemen, how are you doing? You guys are doing well? Hey, you guys look so chilled. Turn to your neighbor, give them a high five. Tell them you look nice. Smile kidogo, siku hizi hakuna mask. Smile kidogo, turn to the other one. Tell them you look nice. Hata kama ni uongo, just do it. It's good for encouragement. It's good for encouragement. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Israel Ugadiru, just as my brother and also one of my mentors, Mr. Alex, has said, and I believe he was a good MC. Ama namna gani? A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. So, just as I was introduced, I'm a member of the graduating committee, or rather the graduating class of 2022. Yeah, we are the post-COVID classes, ndo tumeonja online na physical, and most probably we are the last one. So it's an amazing run, and it's also quite an honor for Daystar University to also acknowledge and honor a student to come here and MC, or rather moderate the second part of the event. So makofi kwa Daystar, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so for now, because of the interest of time, I really won't go into much details, but I hope each and every one of you who's following us online are plugging into the conversation, and I also hope that you're commenting some of the questions that you guys might be having, and I also hope that you guys are sharing the link so that we can get more people to access the value that we have here. And that goes the same to you people who are seated over here. Kindly, if you're a student, share this with your friends. They don't necessarily have to be Daystar University students, but I believe that the value that's being communicated out here is an essential value to every student out there who wants to get ready for employment. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I'd like to go and invite the next presenter. Are you guys ready for this one? This gentleman, ladies and gentlemen, is an alumni of Daystar University. Yeah? And he is very much ready to come and deliver one power-packed presentation. I'm talking about none other than the CEO of Kenya Film Commission. I'm talking about Mr. Timothy Owase. Na ameng'ara sana, makofi yake. Kofi yake tafadhali. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, we appreciate tu akikuja apate encouragement. Karibu sana, Mr. Timothy.
The university leadership, my fellow panelists, students, invited guests, good afternoon. I'm so thrilled to be part of this forum this afternoon as we discuss academia and the industry. And this afternoon, as the CEO of Kenya Film Commission, I'm going to focus strictly on the screen sector. So I'll share with you my insights, and also I'm glad that all the speakers that have come before me have really given us real insights on the connection between academia and the industry. So as a starting point, allow me to give you a simple story that when growing up, I used to be one of those young stars who would never go to sleep without having to go and sit down with my grandmother for late night stories. And no wonder I'm in the screen sector today. What used to happen is that we will be able to go as a group and listen to the many stories that our grandmother would tell. Those stories would turn out to be stories that are meant to nurture me as a youngster while growing up, and also to think about the future. That in itself played a critical role and still plays a critical role in my life today as I champion the growth of the screen sector in Kenya. When it comes to employment, in early 2000, I joined an organization called MultiChoice Africa. By then, I was still in school. As an attachee, I had an opportunity to interact with the senior leadership of MultiChoice in a manner that I was given room to be able to walk around and interact with all departments within the organization. With that interaction, I had an opportunity to really become an expert in finance, marketing, sales, and communication, as well as customer services. How did this come about? This was in a manner that the owner of MultiChoice Africa, who actually implemented his own thesis, is called Kus Becker, gave us an opportunity to think about, if you're working for me today, I would like you to understand how I make money. By that, as employees, we were given room to get to understand how does MultiChoice get channels, or how does MultiChoice get to contract English Premier League so that it can be able to beam it to the rest of Africa and make money out of it. How come MultiChoice has all these channels, like the History Channel, Discovery, the BBC World, BBC Food, among others? How are these channels actually acquired and packaged and sold to the MultiChoice customers? Why am I bringing this out? I'm bringing this out because there is a huge linkage between the academia and the industry. When we join employment spaces, we find that we have room to either learn, unlearn, and relearn, as my brother indicated earlier. So allow me to delve deep into the screen sector, because this is my passion and my profession. I'm a professional marketer, at the same time a communications specialist molded from this particular university. So I'm a proud alumni of Daystar University. So when we talk about the academia and the industry, I would like us to look at various elements around ourselves. That is religion, culture, economics, politics, technology, and legal. In everything we do, we are touched by all these elements. And when we are training our students as teachers or lecturers, we have room to understand that all these elements affect our students or ourselves as training institutions in one way or another. So, what was the essence of the fireside stories by my grandmother? One, the screen sector involves gaming, animation, and film. These three combines various elements before a story is actually told. And today, I can assure you, when we look around ourselves, we have various sectors that are almost dying, and one of those sectors is agriculture. Why is agriculture dying today? Because we have not mechanized our agricultural activities. To that, we wait for the environmental factors, for example, the climate, to be able to undertake the core activities within our agricultural farms. But the screen sector does not require the climatical issues. All you need is your mind and your gadgets for you to be able to come up with a story, tell this story, package it the way you want, and move it forward to the next level. What I'm trying to say is that I'm encouraging each one of us, be they lecturers, parents, and students, that today in the world, the screen sector is the best sector that you can actually talk about. Because if you want rain, you can actually create it for your story, as compared for you waiting for the natural rain to come for you to be able to plant your maize in order to feed this nation. So let us feed our nation through the screen sector by creating the rain in terms of our storytelling and being able to package these stories in a manner that we can be able to sell. The world job market today is very dynamic. And as I refer to my screen sector, I would like us to think for a minute that we all watch movies. Some of these movies are either produced in Mexico, Brazil, Europe, Asia, or any other part of this world. Some of these stories are strictly produced in their native language, which means we here, we may not be able to understand what they are talking about whenever these products are screened. But when we watch on our TVs, on our gadgets, in whichever way, you find that these stories are actually translated or dubbed in a manner that we are able to access them. What am I trying to say? I'm communicating a message that today's job market has to be a clear understanding, and you have to be in a position as a job seeker to know that you are actually you are being prepared by a university or an education institution for the world market. For the sector that I'm representing, I would like you to be prepared to champion, translate, and deliver content that is acceptable by all your audiences. How is this done? This can only be done if we are able to be ready to champion and accept that we are serving the global market. And we need to localize our content in a manner that our content can be accessed by any kind of person in whichever space they are occupying. Let me now move to the issue of academia and employment. All employers today are looking for employees who can be able to satisfy the employer's needs. And for us to achieve this, we have to refocus our energies on how do we connect today's job market needs as compared to the skills that we impart to our students. So you have to be able to marry the skills you are imparting to your students to the needs of employers in the market, and not only just thinking about delivering job seekers. We would like to be able to actually deliver wealth creators in our environment, and wealth creators will come out of the skills that is imparted to anyone who has gone through the process of being molded by our lovely lecturers, for this case, the University of Daystar. The gentleman from Ajira Digital talked about the future of work, and I highly agree with him. I had actually noted Ajira Digital in my presentation, that today we have jobs that are being delivered to American companies, but the companies that are actually delivering these jobs are based here in Kenya. I'll give you an example. Who has heard of a company called Hiventi? Hiventi Africa. You can be able to Google it. This company is based here in Kenya, but it serves global companies right here in Nairobi. What that signifies is that you can be able to actually employ as many Kenyans as possible, or to create more jobs in your environment without having to actually go to either Europe, America, or Asia, or seeking to be employed. You can be able to do this from right in your living room. So all we need to do is to be able to link the needs of the industry vis-a-vis the kind of delivery we offer from our educational institutions. There are those rules of life that we have also not to forget. Think about core values. And when I talk about the core values, I refer you back to the preamble of our Constitution. There are those specific principles that we are all reminded to live by. I know Daystar has its own principles, and in our families, we all have our own principles that we have set. So we need to combine all these core values and apply them in our daily life. Everything we undertake, it has to be clearly connected to aspirations of our environment and self-awareness, which is key to success. Think about in our work environment, how well are you organized in terms of time management? How do you nurture relationships with your colleagues, with the outside environment? How well do you connect with your family members, connecting that to your work environment and your study environment as well? Think about ethical behavior that you exhibit, and also your religious belief, without forgetting the need for you to think about partnerships, which are key. In a job environment today, there is no single job that can be achieved without having to create linkages or partnerships between yourself, your organization, and other key partners, be they donors or other institutions, or your friends or your suppliers, and key stakeholder engagement mechanism. So as I conclude, allow me to emphasize that today's job market is seeking for a global employee. And when I talk about a global employee, I'm referring to the kind of skills that can be imparted to our students, for these students to be able to serve in any kind of capacity, be it locally or abroad, be it online or physical. You know very well that when you talk about the creative economy, we can never forget technology and innovation. There is what we call virtual reality, think about artificial intelligence, which are very real today. And of course, as we think about the future of work, these are things that we can never forget, because we have to appreciate that the world is evolving every day and the future of work is also changing. As we transform our environment and our workspaces, we need to be able to appreciate the role the academia plays and the role our parents play, as well as the role of employers in actualizing the aspiration of all these three families: the academia, the students, and the families in terms of the parents. So we can never forget to combine all this together, because without combining the three networks, then we cannot be able to achieve either. Lastly, allow me to refer to what are the key expectations of the industry from you as a student and from you as the academia. One, the industry expects that we are able to create an interaction nexus between the academia and the film and the industry in general. I'm referring to the screen sector because that's my sector, but I'm looking at this as a general component for all sectors. We need to be very practical and connect the academia and the industry as a way of teaching and as a way of learning, because we that's what it is. I would like to take this opportunity to encourage each one of us who is here and those who are following us online that the screen sector, the year 2019-20, the actual spend was $177 billion globally. So as a country, how much can we be able to actually contribute by supporting this sector? So I'm calling upon parents to encourage your children, if they choose to become guitarists, script writers, or a practitioner within the screen sector, you should not be at the forefront of discouraging them, because this is the sector of the future. All of us, we are creative by our own right, and there's no one who can actually claim not to be a creative, because by the time we go to this room, I can assure you, we have all done creative stuff, and we continue doing that as we progress further. So let us support the local film industry, be advocates of the content created by our own stars in the country, and create wealth for the nation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tim. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, one more time. That presentation was so hot, KPLC had to do that thing. Kabidi wamzime kidogo. But we thank God, Daystar, we have invested in generators. They've come through. So ladies and gentlemen, one more time, a round of applause for alumnus. You know, I love that presentation because you also touched on the basic simplicity of some skills that we usually overlook. For example, time management skills, writing skills, skills that are so, or rather may seem so basic, but by the end of the day are so vital in terms of your productivity as an individual. So thank you so much for that amazing discussion, rather that amazing presentation. I believe that people who would like to venture into the creative industry, Meskia, it's worth $177 billion. Let me say it again for those of you who think that I'm talking about Kenyan shillings. Talking about $177 billion. And I can tell you one thing for sure is that when we plug in the right way in this particular industries, then basically, or rather for sure, the benefits that you're going to reap are going to be much, much so great. So ladies and gentlemen, we've really been talking from morning up to right now, and I believe that it's about time that we loosen it up a little bit. Sindio, ladies and gentlemen. So right about now, I'd like to invite an artist, a creative, a gentleman who is well conversant with spoken word. This gentleman speaks and everybody goes like, you all start snapping. Tufanye kidogo nijue kama mnajua hii maneno. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, allow me to invite on stage a student right here at Daystar University, a creative, a talented individual. So ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Joel _ the poet.
One, two. Good. Is it good afternoon? Good afternoon, Daystar. As you've been told, my name is Joel _ poet. I'm a spoken word artist, an MC, yes, and many other things. So today, I want to do a piece, and like you've all been told, in poetry we snap. Let's snap. Yes, thank you, thank you. So I know Premier League is about to be back. I can see what was in hapa. So. One, two. It's back. Sawa sawa. So wadau tuache matarau. Bible ni script noma. Umesoma. Hizo lay za Paul. Jueni mlazy. Crazy how uta struggle na wokovu jiona jezi ya mwenye enzi. Manu sisemi jezi ya Man U. Wesley sisemi jezi ya Chelsea. Ni jezi flani wonderful. Na sisemi ile ya Liverpool. Hii wezi raruka batizo zingine ziko Everton. Ever told that ukiwa na hii jezi will always win? Si kama ya Arsenal, hata ufuwe na sabuni ya ushindi, bado ushindi. You see, salvation is like getting out of a ghetto, but sanctification is getting the ghetto out of you. I know this may sound a bit cliche, but wokovu si rahisi, so nahisi tuambie God atupe the full armor of God. Juu Nairobi, hata uvae jezi ya Man U atasimama upite kwa zebra crossing. Ushai notice hakuna place wa Kenya waungana kaa kuvuka barabara, eh? So the tent, hakuna place wa Kenya chikana kako kuvuka barabara. See the tent iliraruka, so tunaweza itisha vitu directly barabara. So dear God, naomba unipe belt ya truth. Juu the last time I lied, the world dealt with me be uncouth. Naomba unipe belt ya truth, juu nikivaza Masai na ruka story. My heart inanichocha na pia ubongo, sometimes naropoka kisonko, na sau niko na mic so zangu zinatangatanga. Naomba unipe belt ya truth, nipeleke truth kwa kambati kwa kinashiro wa GP, vipi miguu zangu hazina boots za peace. Naomba unipe hizo boots za peace, juu nikivaa Chelsea boots na attack but finally sishindi. I'm not always ready. Weekendi mabinti wananichanganya, nala upanya kuvuka mpaka, nala emotions kukua in motion. Nashindwa kwambia my body, I'm not boarding. Miguu na kichwa zina follow. YOLO ndo slogan, but I mean ulive once kwa dhambi. So dear God, naomba hizo times the walk come when I'm not ready apart niko na breastplate ya righteousness. Akitupa mishale, the heat from within me rudishe miale ya moto, whoever is within me is immortal. Hii moto hamwezi zima, man. Alituachia tanks of fire, fighters in the kingdom to equip and the sword of the spirit. Tukiwasili tunashake the roots of their asili, na guess what? Hii sword imetupea direction, so imetupea ratli. You see, when God instructs hakunanga confusion. So akikuuliza mbona unadu kenye unadu, ambia that is what you were shown. Paul. Si Paul na Saul ni kaa vitu kwa ground. Different ya Saul na Paul ni eti mmoja kwa tight kwa Paul, but mwingine alisubmit Saul. Mbona tuna live in fear na tuko na helmet ya salvation? I was told that submission will take you further than ambition. Tuko na crowns of glory, but you walking in town na worry. Mse akipata God, anacha kukua moody, so a worry. I kid you not, akisema ask, that is the only task. Si Bible inasema Jesus is God's son. So technically, you are God's son. Ama ushaisikia mtoto wa chameleon akiitoka 1,000? 1,000 reasons as to why you should let him be the CEO of your life. I kid you not, to enjoy his company. Joel_poet.
Makofi tafadhali, makofi. Hata mimi nimekam industry workshop work. Okay, wacha tu niwache. Hiyo nimeachia Joel Mumo na Professor Faith Nguru. You know, Professor Faith Nguru was here snapping. It's like, madam, you also wanted to come and try it out. Sijui tu invite pia wewe ufanye. So one more time, a round of applause for Joel. So allow me to break the bias a little bit, because for the past few presentations kumekuwa na male energy. So for now, I'd like to invite a female founder right over here, and I can tell you she's doing amazing and great things, and she's going to be discussing very in-depth matters with regards to employment and also the industry. So ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite on stage Miss DC Obanda, the founder of Juribox. Ladies and gentlemen, makofi tafadhali. Mtu wangu wa sanitizer. Let us fight COVID-19. I hope you all are vaccinated and all those things. Tengenezea microphone. Sasa pigeni mtu wangu wa sanitizer makofi.
Thank you. Hello. Good afternoon. On a cold day like today, it is absolutely important for you to show up. So sit up, smile, and just be present. I am absolutely thankful for the invitation to come and speak here today. I thought I'd be the last, but DJ has done something, so I am showing up at this point in time. My name is Disi Obanda, D-I-S-S-I, Obanda. I am not an alumnus of Daystar University. I went to Catholic University, but I am a lawyer, an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, lazima tuseme hivyo in full, of 8 years standing. I didn't go the usual legal path. I don't practice traditionally, but I'm still invested in the legal space. I am also an entrepreneur. I have started and run business in the Kenyan environment that is now about 9 years old. So when the previous speakers talked about digital economy, when they talked about business, they were talking to me in particular. So when I was invited to speak today, I asked myself, what exactly am I going to say, and on which ground do I stand to speak? So this is the direction that I'll take. So first, I don't know if my presentation is ready. So there are a lot of you students in the room that have a biashara. Anybody with a biashara? Anyone? You have a shoe shop somewhere? Yeah, I see you. I see you, and I understand you absolutely. I understand that whatever it is that you're studying today is not particularly necessarily what exactly you want to do or what you do on the daily. So I'll start my presentation as the screen catches up with me. The title of my presentation was Daystar Unboxed. The organization that I founded and run is called Jurabox. And Jurabox is all about unboxing the law. I went to Kenya School of Law. I was a great student, enjoyed the study of the law. I have run legal events. Those are legal student events like moot courts. And also larger events for lawyers like Nairobi Legal Awards. I have been to Turkana more than 10 times, I believe, over a space of 4 years, giving pro bono legal services to individuals that I found somewhere, and I just committed to it. And for 4 years, out of my own pocket, I would go and get an air ticket and fly to Turkana and go to court and represent these my people. And incidentally, they were, do you know Legio Maria? Yes, they were watu wa Legio. So I would appear in court with what looked like a swarm of beautiful butterflies, because when they're dressed in their coats and in their cloaks, they look like multicolored butterflies. So I did that out of my own pocket for 4 years, and I kept asking myself what the point was. My parents kept asking me, you studied law, you are an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, why won't you practice? Why won't you join a law firm, or why won't you go to court? And they just didn't seem to understand where I was coming from, or the vision that I had in me. So while I did that, you're wondering what I was doing for money, I joined up with a brother of mine and a business partner, and we started a digital marketing firm. It's called Alternative. Alternative is now about 9 years old. The interesting thing about Alternative is I have interviewed and hired so many young people over time, and of all of those, maybe maximum 5 actually studied the thing that they do at Alternative. Even my graphic designers didn't study graphic design in a formal institution, okay? For the founders, well, I am a lawyer. My brother is an electrical engineer, okay? But he's in this digital space, understanding the intersection between the markets and customers and the digital space. So that should show you that there's not one box that defines you. There's nobody out here who's creating this wonderful box just for you as a student who's coming into the market. There's nothing like that. You come out here and create your own box, or you come out here and create a box for people. So my parents, who had a hard time wrapping their minds around the fact that their daughter, who has done well all her life, reached a certain place, like the young engineer who was closed off in his room designing things. This girl who had done so well all her life is at this place where she's an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, but she's not going to court, and she's not joining a law firm. It took my parents some time to get on board, and now my father, who's a scientist, who's been employed by the government most of his life and is now getting into entrepreneurship. Now, he very proudly says, mimi watoto wako unawatafutia kazi. I don't have to look for jobs for my children. My children create jobs. Finally, after all of those years of wondering what was wrong with us. So if you're that person, I am just telling you that you're in a room full of people who understand where you come from. But my particular message to you today as a student is one. There is an assumption. Let's go to the. Oh yes, that's me, the lawyer who's also who also creates and hosts podcasts under Jurabox, who runs Nairobi Legal Awards. I had to find a place that made sense between marketing and law. So Jurabox is all about unboxing the law, so that the law that seems to be a very complex thing becomes something that, you know, everybody can understand. That's what I do. That's my passion. After that is alternative. Yes, alternative is where I've been for these 9 years. It's where I have employed many young people who don't do the thing that they studied, and it's where right now I am head of corporate affairs. So let's move to the actual thing that brought us here today. So one, if you're a student, there is an assumption that one, you will be employed. Nimekuja kutupa mawe. Two, there is an assumption that you will be employed to do exactly what you studied. Three, there is an assumption that you will be employed. DJ, please catch up with me. Yes. Number 3, yes. You will be employed by a big, established corporation. The big 4, Safaricom, KCB, a big media house that's established and that has been there for a long time. We wish you all the best, indeed, as we continue to assume. Number 4, you will be permanent and pensionable. And that's a thing that I know that the older people or the parents in this room resonate with. Find you a job that gives you some security, that gives you a permanent contract. See, after 2 or 3 years now, you have to start looking again. No, find yourself a nice place that gives you a nice, secure contract, and then, at the end of the day, they'll give you a pension, yeah? A lot of young people, myself, as an employer, I have no idea, as an employer and a lawyer, I have no idea what that contract looks like. That one for permanent and pensionable, I don't understand it. But that's our 4th assumption. And the 5th assumption is nitaomoka, yeah? That somehow I'll go through all that process, and if you don't understand Swahili or Kenyanese, nitaomoka means I will make it, yeah? And I will be rich, yes? The news flash of the day is that sisi ndio tuko, okay? Hashtag SME economy. We, the smaller houses, the smaller companies, the smaller, younger organizations, the ones that are not KCB, and you don't open Business Daily and see, not yet at least, Jurabox listed profits for the year in the billions. You don't see that on Business Daily. But these are who are there, and I'm here to tell you the truth, that is probably who you will work with or who you will work for. So let's move on a little bit. And what is my message to the students in the house today? That one, you will either be employed or you will go out there and start your own business. A lot of you have little businesses. A lot of you will come out here and start SMEs and startups. And why? Because the Lord said, live your life in abundance, and because He gave you gifts that are and talents that are specific to you. And you will come out here and you will see a gap. Like DC, who is a lawyer but is in marketing, and at the age of 4, I used to watch the BBC and pretend to be a presenter on the BBC, And there's not one box that fits all of the person that I am with my personality and with my mind and with my skill. You are that person, and you'll probably come out here and decide there's no place that harnesses all of that. So I will create my own space. You will run business if you're not already running business right now. So I'm here to tell you that you will have to learn how to run business properly. You will have to learn what it actually means to run. I keep seeing CEO and founder of, and it looks so good on LinkedIn and on people's CVs. But I will tell you that you have no idea what it means to especially be CEO of. Founder, yes, you can found something. We are creative. You can start something, establish it. But to be CEO of, to actually run something, I am here to tell you that life will humble you, and you will need to actually learn how to run a business. And the second thing that I will tell you as students is, fine, you will go into employment. And the person who employs you is not an established larger organization. They're probably a startup or an SME. Your new boss is probably 3 years or 5 years older than you, okay? The thing that they did is they went ahead of you, and they were bold with their idea, and they went out there and they started, okay? So what do you need? You know, so the thing about our education system, I believe, is that it was founded for, I don't know whether to say like pre-colonial times, or, you know, times when there was a master and then there were subjects. And the master defined the space. And the subject just came to tick one particular box. You are a cotton shearer. Just do that every day and tick that particular box, and that's all you have to think of. Yeah? But now, you're going into spaces that are completely undefined, and you're the bosses of those spaces. So you have to actually figure out how to create a box, how to create a space that makes sense in spaces that have nothing. Okay? So how to be valuable to a startup or SME. You're not going to be 200 employees, you're going to be 5 or 3. So this is my Mwa Kenya. Please don't tell other people that I told you this. But it's been mentioned before. Agility. You have to be agile. You have to be flexible. You will come in as business development management officer today, okay? Because that's what the business feels like they need. But then tomorrow, they'll be like, okay, there's for you to really do this business development management thing, you actually have to stand in this box and learn project management. And then if you're the kind of person who says, you know, I came in as this, my CV, my JD is just being changed, you lose your job, the job that you really worked hard to get in this SME. So you have to be agile, you have to be flexible. And that ties in with the next thing, and things that have been said by the speakers before me, that you have to be multi-skilled. When they say you have to self-manage, management is a skill. So on top of the thing that you studied, if you're an accountant or whatever it is that you do, you have to learn the additional skill of management. Then you also have to move here and stand in this box and learn, like now, project management. And then when you go for a meeting with your boss, you will be expected to articulate whatever it is that this organization does. Can you communicate? And then you'll be told, but you know, you have targets, okay? And those targets are actually monetary targets, they are numbers. How are you going to business develop? How are you going to generate sales? So you have to be able to do all of those things. And the thing about startups and SMEs is they don't have the big amounts of money to hire 50 people to do those things. We want to hire 5 good, strong, solid people to do those things. That is the reality out here. So I'm not going to tell you that you're going to go out there and then you're just going to do one thing and it's going to be comfortable. No, I'd be lying to you. And then the last thing on my Kenya is, of course, you have to be business-minded, and it was mentioned earlier. If you work for an SME or a startup, you have to understand the business environment in which this startup is working. You have to understand that it's not about, but I've shown up for work every day for 30 days, it's 27th, my salary has not, these people don't want to pay me. Do you understand the environment that they're working in? Have you gotten work? You need to be able to see those things. Has the business gotten work in the last month? Yeah? If you have targets, if you've not met those targets, then that's probably why you've not been paid, all right? And startups, so larger organizations might have a buffer because you read on Business Daily that their profits were how many billion? Great. And then their wonderful, experienced CFO, Chief Financial Officer, he made plans. Okay, of this 15 billion, there's going to be reserve. This is going to cushion us for our salaries for the next 12 months. And then, so even if this big company doesn't make much money for a quarter, you still have your job. There's still a bit of security. But that's not the same thing with a startup. And that's something that you as an employee needs to be aware of. So students, mwaka yenu imeisha kidogo. Now I will turn to the school and faculty. My first proposed course, How to Build a Boss 101. Why? Because you here, as a lecturer in your class, you have students who are already running their own businesses. So what is it that you can give them that is of value? They are already making money. In these startup streets, or these SME streets, the thing that's killing a lot of businesses is wonderful ideas, okay? But zero know-how about how to actually run a business. And the understanding that you immediately, and it was mentioned earlier, that you're preparing to be an employee and you're going to be an employer. You're going to be a team leader. You're going to have vision for the business, but at the same time, know how to deal with people. And then at the same time, be charming and be able to communicate and go to social networking events like these ones and tell people that this is our company and this is what we do and this is why you need to give us your business. You need to be all of those things that a boss is. So you need to learn it. And so my call to the school and to lecturers is to understand that this is who you have in your class. There's a lot of money being poured into Africa right now to capacity build SMEs. Where's the university in that? Has Daystar received funds for capacity building businesses or SMEs? And that's a space that I believe that you need to be in. It's a very practical space. So it's different from Biashara 101 because you already do BCom and business courses, but the question is, do you have courses that are tailored to take someone from I have this idea, I have innovated, to I can actually run a business where this idea is making financial sense. My course, Unit 102, goes like this. Benjamin Franklin, founding father of the United States, said, "Nothing is certain except death and taxes. Tax is taxing, for lack of a better vocabulary. It's a whole thing. June 30th just passed. How many people filed their returns? That's great. How many people knew or understood what they were actually filing? Yes. Yes? Yes? Nothing is certain except death and taxes. And the death of a lot of our businesses and a lot of people out of stress from KRA is a lack of knowledge of tax and how tax works. It is a very, very practical class. I am asking you lecturers to consider, teaching tax. And not that there's, it could be like a particular class or particular course, or it could be incorporated in what you already have. The style I will leave to you, but it is something that we most definitely need to consider thinking about and talking about. My next proposed course unit. Some very bright person, I think management consultant, said what? Culture eats strategy for breakfast. And what exactly does that mean? It means the human aspect is at the center, or needs to be at the center of things, needs to be considered for other things to be relevant or for other things to work. So if our course outlines have wonderful academic content, the question is, what's the application? What's the culture of the day? Former Safaricom CEO said that Kenyans have very unique, peculiar calling habits. And because of those peculiar calling habits, they changed how Safaricom works, or they figured out different products, because they understood culture. Culture is the difference between you starting a business today and that business succeeding. Understanding the culture and the context of the day. In some universities in the United States, you'll see very interesting courses, like a course around a musical artist. A whole course, a whole class, just discussing this artist. But why? Because they understand the direct impact of this artist and their brand and their work and the money that they generate on the economy. Maybe perhaps you need to have a business course around Sauti Sol, or around artists that are shifting the dial here in terms of culture. Even if they're gospel artists, if they're actors, what exactly is the impact on the economy? Because that is the reality in which we live. My next proposed course unit is called Design Thinking. My proposal to you is to have, I don't know what your first common course in first year across the board is. Is it communication skills, possibly? Or one of those? I am asking that this be your new 101 or 102. Design thinking. Design thinking is, you see how we have other buildings in Kenya that don't have ramps for people with disabilities, okay? They just have stairs. And you ask yourselves, how are these people supposed to get to the top floor? They're going to NHIF. How do they get there? It's because whoever constructed this didn't actually design, didn't think about what they were creating. So design thinking is, what exactly are we creating? It's customer experience. It's designing something, thinking about the endpoint, thinking I'm not only creating a microphone, but how will this microphone be used all the way to the very end. It is at the core of commerce. It's at the core of everything that we do. As you design your courses, is there design thinking in that process? Or is it what we think? My final proposed course unit comes from the Bible. Old men dream dreams, and young men see visions. To the professors in the house, I don't know if you understand that your course outline, the one that you gave, possibly even created at the beginning of this term, is now history. Today, it's history. It's historical information. It's old information. It's things that have already happened. And yet you're building people for the future. For students, you would be not wise to think that that history does not matter, because there's no future without history. If we understand that we are building people who will be either business people or who will be employees of the future, then we need to constantly update whatever it is that we are doing. I know you have a marketing class, and I was actually wondering to myself, there's probably a social media course in your marketing class, and who's teaching whom TikTok? Is there a lecturer standing in front of your classes teaching you TikTok for marketing? I really hope not, because it should be the student standing and collaborating with the teacher and saying, it's exactly how TikTok can be used for business. So while the professors are the old men and women who have dreamt dreams and who have lived, the young men and women, the students, are the ones who see visions. They are the ones of the future. They're the ones to create what is going to happen. They're the ones to predict what is going to happen. There's a lot of conversation right now about the future of work. There was a wonderful symposium by EABL about the future of law. Okay, the future of, that's a hot topic now. And my proposal, my very practical proposal to you, lecturers, is to have assignments revolve around predictions of the future of the thing that you're teaching. I feel like your students would have to understand what has been and what is, to give you a plausible idea of what is to come and how it will work. That's my proposal to you. It has been a wonderful, I think, 20 minutes, and my call to you is simply to unbox yourself, to unbox your mind. Again, there is no box out here that fits you. There's no box out here that was created for you, that is your size, that captures you. Even your parents cannot build a box that suits you. Only you can do that. So I'm encouraging you to understand that you need to come out and create that box for yourself and the people like yourself. There's nowhere, I have a hard time defining myself as a lawyer, because I'm like, okay, do I say here I'm a lawyer? Or do I say here I'm a marketer? Do I say, like, how do I put this nicely in one box in LinkedIn? There's no one box that defines me. So understand that you will come out and create your own box. And once you've created it, you'll be like, how come we didn't think of this? Have yourselves a good afternoon.
One more time, a round of applause for Miss DC. Thank you so much. Brilliant, power-packed presentation right there. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be having her in a panel discussion that's coming in just but a very, very few minutes. And we're going to be having an in-depth analysis of her entrepreneurial journey, and even furthermore, just to get a little bit deep into what young people can do in order for them to be agile enough to be incorporated into the industry. I can tell you one thing is that I think when I was going to look for an internship, that time had reached. I thought that my first place of internship would be BBC News, Citizen TV, only for me to be employed at a hospital. Yes, with all my communication and all my language, I was employed in a hospital. So I had to really maneuver myself and also to recreate myself for me to be relevant at that particular place. And I'm glad that I excelled. Wapi makofi yangu? You know, when she was talking about those truths, and I was listening to them and I was like, probably some of you might not get that reality, but it hits you when you go for your internship and then you're told, hey, remember you're interning for free. Haulipwi kwa internship. So those truths actually start hitting you at that particular point. But anyway, I'd just like to remind each and every one of you to continue sharing the link, continue plugging into this conversation. I know we've taken quite so much time, but do not worry, we're going to be ending very, very soon. But kuna lunch, nimeambiwa kuna lunch. Kwa hivyo kwa wale ambao mko na njaa, relax, relax, relax. We got you, we got you, we got you. So for now, I'd like to invite an amazing person right here on stage. And I don't know, you know, something funny and in fact something interesting about this company is their business model is quite unique. They saw something that lacked in the value chain and they looked at it and they realized that there was a problem in terms of logistics, in terms of how businesses connect to each other, and also in terms of how services are distributed and transferred. And therefore they decided to come up with a solution. And I'm not talking about any other solution other than Sandy. Meskia Sandy? Yes, those ones who disturb us with YouTube commercials. Every time you get on YouTube, you're doing, maybe you're playing music, alafu kidogo unasikia Sandy is advertising. Oh yes. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, allow me to invite on stage Mr. Edwin Kuria. Ako wapi Mr. Edwin Kuria? Oh yes. One more time, a round of applause akikam.
Thank you very much. The university leadership, guests, faculty, students, I'm so happy to come back after such a long time and see lots of amazing things. I owe a lot to Daystar. I mean, this has been my story. It started right here, and Daystar has helped me become who I am. I just want to say we do not disturb anyone with commercials. Ours are very compelling stories that you kind of just want to watch and not skip. And that's what my team does. So it's interesting today because I just want to throw away my speech and just keep nodding at all the things that the guests who are here have said, because they are so true. And maybe I should just talk about my own story, being a student right here, just to give us a bit of a lens about how I saw the world and then how it unwinded after I left. So, but I'll also tell you a story about how a tiny newsroom in Athi River prepared me for a dangerous but very exciting job along the Kenya-Somalia border. So here I was as a first year student, and I was leafing through the involvement newspaper, and I saw the cartoon section. I immediately thought, wait a minute, I can draw better than this guy. So I had to find out where the involvement newsroom was located, and I met the current Director of Corporate Communication, Mr. George Mlagui, and I told him, hey, I want to work for you. And he asked me a question that every single interviewer I've met has asked, of course in different variations. It was a question you've had today. Do you have any demonstrated experience? And fortunately, I had a few magazines from high school, which I proudly showed, some writing skills here and there. And that's how I got my foot in the door at involvement. I think I was so restless. I either had a lot of time, I was studying seriously, But looking at my life right now, it's like I had 48-hour days, because shortly after I got the job at Involvement, I decided to take a brief break, go convince my parents that I want to get a diploma in graphic design. And so they asked me, how will you do that? I told them, there is something called blocks. I'd like to skip that. And then the other part of the equation was going to convince the college that, hey, guys, I only have 2 months. I need to finish this course in 2 months. And of course, they had not gotten such a request before. So the plan was, you'll combine courses, do whatever you do, but if you fail, you fail. Fortunately, I passed. So I came back the next semester, fortunately, again, got promoted as a graphics editor, honed my writing skills, ended up at the helm of the Involvement newspaper. And what also that did was it equipped me with skills that mimicked the real world. Because there was an opportunity at the corporate affairs department in Athi River, because the creative designer then had left, so there was a gap. So who would be designing the weekly newsletters, the info spots? It would be me, the newspaper advertisements. I was doing all these things, and then I thought, hey, I still have more time. So I started my journey into creating what I thought would be the next Facebook. Of course, it never really turned out to be what to be my imagination, but it equipped me with skills that were quite attractive to employers, I think, because 4 years were over. Here I was with a major in advertising, a minor in marketing. I dropped a few CVs at ad agencies where I thought I would work. But surprise, surprise, nothing like that was forthcoming. So some of the guests, speakers, spoke about relationships. And I remember one of my lecturers, Dr. Amboy Wamonyo, called me and told me, hey, I think there's something interesting for you. It's a technical writer's role. I didn't really know what it was, but then my then employers felt that, hey, this guy has X number of years of experience, he can do this job. And for sure, I was able to, just when I was starting, the Horn of Africa drought, the biggest drought in 60 years, that was in 2011, was just unraveling in our eyes, right before our eyes. So what happened? I was sent to the border of Kenya and Somalia as a journalist of sorts. And what did I have? I had 3 years experience in a newsroom. Yeah, right here in campus. So that's how my journey into the humanitarian world started. It would be an 8-year journey, traveling across Africa, being there at all major disasters, telling stories of real people to the world. And because of the values that I had learned here, it was not those donor stories of kids who are not clothed. I was very proud to connect to the people that I was meeting. I remember, just visiting the same person 2 or 3 years later, and we would hug because we really connected. And those are the stories I was telling the world. And that way we were delivering help to the people who needed it. So why am I telling you this story? I'm trying to convince you that change is constant. This world is changing so much. And also I'm trying to convince you that you have an opportunity to do something while you're still here. There's so much opportunity for you. So maybe I should go to some of the trends I'm seeing. But just before that, today I am the head of brand and communication at Daystar, not Daystar, at Sandy, and I have the privilege of running our internal agency. It's made up of amazing people. It's made up of graphic designers, things I'd never even heard about when I was leaving campus, multimedia designers, corporate communication managers, things like that, and digital marketers. And I've also had the privilege of hiring a few Daystar alumni and interns. And quite predictably, what question have I asked them at the interview? It's what demonstrated experience do you have? And one thing that is a constant, one thing that I see with all the people I hired, they clutched bits and pieces of what was in class and outside class, and they made the most of it with so much aggression. Yeah? So this point cannot be overestimated or underestimated. We just need to, we have that opportunity today. But an important thing I was not planning to talk about, even though it was in the TOR, I'll talk about it now. I think it's very important. What are the trends in the industry? At Daystar, Daystar is a tech Sandy is a tech company. I just need to come back. So what are the trends I'm seeing at Sandy, a tech company that is building a solution right here in Kenya? Yeah, all the engineers are sitting in Africa rather than in Dubai, other places in the world, and we're creating solutions that are being used to power trade across Africa. So first of all, working in tech startup is very, very intense. Nothing prepares you for what's about to hit you. Things are so fast. There's so many tools. Just coming from the humanitarian world into a tech startup, I think it must have taken me 9 months to just settle in, you know? And maybe the first 3 months were me just trying to learn the systems. Like there are 100 systems, how these are for reporting, analytics, things like that. But it helped that I had been in a fast-paced environment during campus, after campus, and that adaptability that we are being told about today. So the things changed so fast. By the time I joined Sandy, I won't say Desta now, by the time I joined Sandy, I was 30. Surprise, surprise, I was one of the oldest staff in that company. You know, it's just crazy. I'd always been the young person wherever I worked, you know. So you are really, your time is now. It's not in the future, it's not tomorrow. You're the CEOs, you're the developers, and many things like that. Another thing that, well, this is a sad one. The last few days, few weeks, what is happening in the tech industry? There is Google, there is Meta. Some of these companies are freezing, they're freezing hiring. And what else are they doing? They're retrenching. Their approach is to keep generalists, people who can double up, you know, maybe do away with 5 people who can maybe do the same thing. That's something, and we have not been spared locally either. The future, well, today, it's remote. One of the employees I had hired, a designer, 2 days after we hired him, told me, my wife just got a scholarship to South Korea. Is it possible, it was at the start of COVID, is it possible for me to work remotely? By then, we had been meeting, developing white papers, just saying, yeah, this is how we'll prepare for remote work. But at that moment in time, someone had just come telling us, hey, may I please work in another country? And we had to say, I mean, we are all working from home, so why not work from another country? And that was the best things that happened in my department at that time, because he was 6 hours ahead. So people who came in with last-minute requests for design, I just tell them, don't worry, I got you. You'll get that tomorrow morning, you know? Because I knew this guy would be waking up at 2 a.m., having 6 hours of uninterrupted time, and by the time the rest of us are starting to work, so much has happened. He only has 4 hours left to his day. The last thing I'll say is there's lots of requirements to work in ambiguity. So again, we really just have to be adaptable. Things are changing every single day, and you are not getting like proper direction. You're just being told, hey, this is where we're going, run, execute. But no one is there to tell you, this is how you're going to do it. No one has that time. In fact, during COVID, we really, really expanded. And one of the requirements was, hey, we're not coming to train anyone. We want people who are already trained, And that would be very unfair if you're trying to join the workforce at that time and you're hearing companies say things like that. But there's opportunities, the internet has leveled the learning field. It's about clutching every practical opportunity that you can get to learn, either to be employed, to start your own business. It really starts here. So today my biggest challenge to us is you can either wait to start getting this experience after you graduate, or you can start today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Edwin. One more time, a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Amazing discussions going on right here. Na pale online, there are a couple of people who are sending in their comments, and I'd just like to shout out a few people. So I'm going to start by shouting out the lecturer herself, Madam Mabel Odima, who is watching all the way from Athi River campus. How many of you have been taught by Madam Mabel Odima? Oh, yeah, Mkopali, yes. Shout out to you, Madam Mabel Odima. We also have Dr. Leah Komen, who's plugged in all the way from Burundi. We also have Sophie Wambui, who says that the discussions and the conversations that are going on here are so enlightening, and I believe that we all agree. Sindio? Of course, and I can also see Grace Ndolo herself. She didn't tell us where she's plugging in from, but she said that it's so refreshing to listen to valuable lessons. Thank you so much, Grace, for plugging in. Winnie Chege, I can also see you right there. And Winnie Chege told us to inform you guys, to tell you, she asked me to read you guys a quote. And I said that your business in life is not to get ahead of others, but to get ahead of yourself, to outstrip your own records, and to break your own limits. Isn't that an amazing quote, guys? Sindio, I'm just going to read it one more time. Your business in life is not to get ahead of others, but to get ahead of yourself, to outstrip your own records, and to break your own limits. So asante sana, Winnie Chege. So for all of you who are plugged into the conversation, tafadhali, let's keep tweeting, let's keep commenting. Ukienda pale kwenye Daystar University YouTube channel, that's exactly where this live stream is happening. And I'd also like to big up the Daystar University media team that's comprised of students of media in Daystar University. Wapigie makofi. These guys are doing a perfect, tireless job, and if you guys can stream into it, you're going to see and appreciate the quality and also the delivery that these guys are delivering. So for now, we're going to have a very brief and a very short panel discussion, because we would like to understand better and understand further how is it that we can plug into the industry? How is it that we can be able to shape ourselves for us to be relevant in the industry today? Because one of the things that you have to understand is that each and every day there's something new emerging in the market. There's always a new change coming up. So how is it that we can remain relevant in this industry? Now, Joe, there's one thing that Madam Nisi, right? Thank you. She said that sisi ndo tuko, sindio? So we definitely have to see how we can be able to revolutionize ourselves, how we can be able to adjust to the new things and the new emerging trends that are coming in the system today. So for now, in my panel today, I'm going to be having an array of experts who are talented and who are conversant in different fields in the industry, and I'd just like to invite them. Na nikiwa invite ningependa muwapigie makofi ama namna gani? Oh, there's one more. Okay. So I have been informed by Professor Faith Nguru herself that there's one more presenter that I had forgotten, unfortunately. And this presenter is a very special person because when I was very young, I think we used to listen to him on radio. And he used to sound so nice during those days. And then all of a sudden, he just disappeared. But because there was no social media during those days, guys, I'm not old, by the way, I was young. But because there was no social media those days, we really never knew where he went to. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, allow me to invite on stage a chaperone in the industry of media. A round of applause for none other than Mr. Yafesi himself. Wapi makofi yake? Oh yes, when I grow up, I want to have a beard like yours. I know Justina said some things about people who are bearded yesterday, but don't worry. We know you're well. Makofi yake, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Now, hey, I was a bit nervous because I was thinking, am I getting up? Okay, I'm going to do a panel and people don't know who I am and where I'm coming from. So this bearded person in front of you is called Yafesi Musoke, former Daystar student, an alumnus, graduated in 2003. Now, I find it very difficult to introduce myself to people. I'm almost constantly in front of people, whether it's on screen or on stage, on radio, wherever it is, but I find it very difficult to introduce myself, simply because of the path my life took. And with regard to that path, I'm actually very, very grateful to Daystar University, and also for this opportunity to speak in front of Daystar University. Because that is where I learned that not everything that we plan will happen the way we planned it, but it could actually happen better than we ever planned or imagined. In Daystar, I had come in believing, first of all, I had got off the horse I was riding, because with the name Musoke, anyone who has worked in the medical field would know the name Musoke. There were two Dr. Musokes and a Professor Musoke, and they were pioneers in the medical field. So I felt the pressure. I am going to also do medicine. I am going to be a doctor. I'm going to be a pharmacist. Something, so that I'm also called Dr. Musoke. That was in my mind. And then my grades in chemistry were more, I guess, alphabetical than really merit-based. But the whole thing with the education system when you come from high school is everyone, depending on which school you went to, there are some who went to, really prestigious schools and others went to polling stations that, anything goes. They're just happy if there's chai. But we were taught that you have to excel in everything because your average will go lower. So even right now, there was a report about people who want to study education in the university, that there's this thing where they didn't have to do well in mathematics. And so there's a way people look at those who have a degree in education. There's a way people look at those who have a degree in engineering. They assume, this one is good with everything. But you might find they're really struggling with writing. Or you might find someone who is good in mathematics is struggling with history. They can't remember anything to do with the law. And they're always talking to the police at the roundabout because they did the wrong thing. Now, knowing that I have, you've been told I was on radio for a while, but that journey was not straightforward. Because when I came to Daystar, I just asked someone who was standing next to me, what creative course can I pursue? Because I had to accept, at that point, I'd been on stage since nursery school. I just had to accept that maybe my life is going to be somewhere in front of people. And they told me, you want to do advertising. It's like, okay, is that going to do it for me? Yes. And they showed me the course, advertising. That course was under BCom. It was just a unit, rather than communication, advertising, bias. That's what I was supposed to be doing. Even the lecturers throughout my life in Daystar were like, why aren't you in my class? I was doing Bachelor of Commerce, which comes with financial management, which comes with principles of marketing, which comes with all those other wonderful things that have calculations and statistics and some knowledge is a strong word. Regurgitation of information. That's what we had in class. But outside the class, because people knew, when I talk, my face changes form many times. So people thought, that facial expression can be used to market something of ours. So I ended up working with communication students. I'm helping them in the studio. I'm helping them with some of their commercials that they've written for their class assignments. Until it got to the point where people they just assumed I was a communication student. And by the time I was graduating, it was difficult to tell really what course I had done, because I had probably interacted with everyone in some way or form, whether it's the department to advertise a course they are launching, or I'm on stage emceeing during chapel services or whatever it was. My whole life and whatever I had studied were kind of mishmashed, and it was an interesting mess. And all people saw was Yafesi. They have no idea what he does. That's why even you're hearing, I disappeared. And yet there are people here who know I did not disappear. In fact, if anything, I became more visible. So, let me tell you the journey of professional Yafesi. Graduated. Then, I started out by continuing what I was doing in Daystar. I wrote a musical play that launched, and then someone saw that musical and they thought, this guy can do scripts. And so I was called to write sales scripts for a phone company, or they call themselves Computerware Technologies. They used to sell internet phones. Now, remember the first time those signs came up? 4 shillings to call the US, 3 shillings to call Germany. Those were the internet phones that we were supposed to sell to people, until the government made them illegal at that time, before they reversed that. Now, the problem is they made it illegal just after we had closed 10 sales. In our heads, we had counted the commission. That commission amounted to about 70,000 shillings each. We were a team of 3 people. So we had calculated 70,000 each. At that time, that was in 2003. That was a lot of money. Balling out of control. Then the government made it illegal. And all of a sudden, we owed our boss money. So, we had an agreement. I left with 0 pay. My colleague left with negative pay. And the other one had earned 1,000 shillings, so she used that 1,000 shillings to pay the negative pay. We all left with 0. After all our hard work, difficult conversations, we even went into an office where the receptionist had a questionable picture on their desktop, and it's facing the door where clients walk in, and that's the first thing you see. And you're like, what is going on in the real world? You've just come from a Christian university. This is what we're going to expect. Well, the scripting went on. Someone called me and said, there's a radio station looking for script writers. It's like, okay. I found out it was Hope FM. They had just launched. I went there, wrote some scripts, and they were like, yeah, this is good. Took a while to get paid, and when the pay came, it was enough for bus fare for the time I was writing, not the period I was waiting. But it's okay. Someone was supposed to come, a professional voice artist, was supposed to come and voice the script. That professional voice artist has actually sent his apologies today. They had a bereavement, so he had to attend to that. He was on the poster, Mwaniki Mageria. He was supposed to come and voice the script, but he was busy, he's a celebrity. And so they said someone has to voice it. And I was that person. And when I voiced it, this was how many years after the first time? About 7 years after the first time I had ever done a voice thing of any kind. And so I went back and voiced, and they said I sound like the station manager. who happened to be hosting a radio show at that time, and he was burnt out. He needed to go on leave. They said, we need someone to go on air, to sit in for him for a month. All this time I was in Daystar, helping people with their things and all that. It didn't occur to me to learn how to use the equipment. I was just there, using my voice, using my face, but I didn't learn how to use the equipment. So here I am, being told I have to go on air. I was given a 2-day crash course. I was on air alone after 2 days, having to learn how to switch off the mic at the right time so that people don't hear the things you really want to say, and actually knowing which songs to play, which jokes to crack, because there are people who would write into Hope FM and said, we are Christians, we don't laugh. If we wanted to laugh, we would listen to Maina Kageni. I spent 3 of the 5 years I was at Hope FM responding to people who thought I was not a Christian because I made them laugh. There are many text messages you don't see or hear on air. There's a lot of things, there's a lot of stuff that people tell you that cannot be repeated. And so, tough skin. Not everyone wants the best for you. Any position you get, there's someone who wants it, who wants to take it away from you. Even though you might think it's not like the ultimate or where you're aiming for. This level, there's someone who wants to knock you off and take it. This level, someone wants to knock you off. This level, as some of the other speakers can attest, you're a CEO, you're a manager, whatever it may be, there's someone who thinks, you shouldn't be there, I can do better than you, you should be out of there. Then, after Hope FM, I went to Newton Limited, which is an advertising agency. That's where I learned that no one cares about your emotions, where you have to separate your work from your feelings. You stand in front of big client, KCB, presenting a pitch to about 15 or 20 people, senior managers. And one of them, as you are standing alone, you came as a team, the rest of the team is seated on the side. The way I'm up here alone, that's how you end up in front there. And one of them tells you, that work looks like it was done by a 6-year-old. And then you're like, okay, thank you for your time. I'll hand over to my colleague, and you swallow your tears. During that time, my wife started a production company called Cheese Pictures. Now, she started it because there was a niche from the company that she was working for. There was a branch, they used to do event coverage, but they didn't want to do weddings. No one wants to deal with bridezilla. No one wants to, all the relatives, this uncle wants this and all that. So they gave her that, and she started covering weddings. But now, that she just started as a by the way. She happened to have a machine, and these people were like, the weddings we have, we dump them on you. But once she was done with those weddings, what happens next? Now you get phone calls, and the client is speaking, and there's a cat in the background. Meow. Hello? Meow. And you don't know how to explain that. And so we thought, all these experiences that were, someone asks you for your email address, and it's Chamagego Fire, your email address from campus, the one you just put to have fun with your friends. It's not a serious habadself@yahoo.com and that's the only address you have. And here, there's an opportunity for money, and they're asking you for your email address, and it's that one. So we thought, these experiences, why don't we put them together into a TV show? And we just wrote it over a period of 4 years. We didn't know whether it would go anywhere. Meanwhile, at Newton, they brought in a new creative director. Now, my previous creative director had told me before he left, young man, no one cares about creativity here. You are in the job of sales. You are not in the job of creativity. I was a copywriter in the creative department. We are not in the business of creativity. I was like, what are you talking about? Do you know your job? The job was to get the client to sign. If the client doesn't sign, there is no money, there are no salaries. That was it. That changed my thinking, and it scared me. Because what do you do when you're creative-minded? You're being told your job is sales. It helped that I had done phone sales, because I also realized not all sales are successful, but I also learned that failure is actually a good thing. It's probably one of the best things you can have in your career. So, Cheese Pictures produced its first TV show. I don't know how many of you were old enough to remember Briefcase Inc. Did anyone watch Briefcase Inc? Nisawa. That was back in 2009 or around there, 2009. It was a TV show. It went on KTN. At that time, the broadcasters had the power because all the money was coming to them, so they're the ones who decide, you have content, come. You have content, I don't like it. They were the ones deciding. Today, everything's changing. People are watching content on their phones, streaming. So the advertisers are now going directly to the content producers. They're going to influencers, they're going to production companies directly. And so what happens? You don't have the same things that you can present to the production houses or TV stations. You have to have another way of reaching the people who give you the money, because the TV stations don't have the money anymore. And you have to have other people like Mr. Owase, who have, through the Kenya Film Commission, has actually helped raise a lot of filmmakers through the grants that they give at Kenya Film Commission. Which brings me to our latest project, which is coming soon. It's a feature film, which was funded by the Kenya Film Commission in part, and it's coming your way. Look out for a movie called Mono. But throughout my work experience, having gone through all those, I went to Kubamba Radio. I was a radio presenter and producer and creative director at Kubamba Radio. We did another TV show called 1 in a Million. By this time, the skills and rejection combined had given me more confidence. Now I was a bit more kichwangumu. So now I could do things that were a bit more audacious. I did voiceovers for Warner Brothers. Did voiceovers for Universal Pictures. Learned a few lessons. The Kenyan system is very different from the European and American system. And many times we're pointed at and asked, why can't you guys be like Hollywood? Why can't you do things the way they do in international markets? That support system is part of what we're trying to build. Because by the time you're paying one actor 2 billion shillings, one actor, for one project, that's how much you pay Tom Cruise to do, what's the latest movie he did? Top Gun. That's how much you pay Will Smith before he slaps people to appear in one movie. That's $20 million. In fact, it's slightly more than 2 billion shillings. Right here in Kenya, I don't think we've ever had a movie project, that has cost 1 billion shillings, unless I'm wrong. Like one movie is 1 billion shillings, just one movie. I'm not sure we've had one. Yeah, the most we've got is 400 million. But to get to that level, that means support industries, insurance, finance, catering, all sorts of things have to come together. And that means, believe it or not, you studying something that has nothing to do with film or the creative industry are going to be involved in film and the creative industry. Law, HR, economics, finance, even health sciences, you will be involved in that. And the reason for that is because of the importance of storytelling. You want to present a pitch to an employer. I happen to be an employer. One project of mine will hire maybe 40 or 50 people simply because I wrote a script. That is also the sense of responsibility. The things you're doing right now, that project, where is the spoken word guy? How easy? Ako wapi? So the snaps. He may not be aware of this, but that level of talent, that level of storytelling appeals even in banking. It appeals in finance. It appeals in whatever areas there are. Because you'll be called upon to communicate using that level of creativity, to communicate a medical project, to communicate something to do with community development, to communicate all sorts of things. It's not just about writing songs and poems. It's about telling a story. And storytelling is something that is actually much more rare than you might think. You'll see presidential candidates coming to tell you, oh, I will do this, and all they're doing is repeating bullet points in their manifesto. But they are not telling you a story. The ones who can tell a story are the ones who will connect better, even if they're lying. And that's true. So, here's the thing. Because I don't want to repeat, in fact, I have had to change my message a lot because I didn't want to repeat what has already been said in the interest of time. So some of the lessons I learned after going through all these things, even working in tech, I actually worked in education technology. Working for a small company definitely is among the best things you can do because you have access to the visionary. You have access to the guy who birthed the vision, and you can ask him, what were you thinking? Why would you look at an industry like this and actually go out and do that? And they will tell you. And then also they can call you out. If you're being lazy, you will realize immediately the impact of your laziness, the impact of the things you refuse to do, the impact of your responsibility on the company. Rather than in a big company where 3 months you haven't done anything, they ignore you, then your contract is not renewed. In this case, they don't have that luxury. But one of the other things we learned is that brokenness doesn't end after graduation. You know the way they give you student rates for movies and for plays and things like that? You will crave those student rates when you're in your 40s. When you're in your 30s, you will crave them because brokenness does not end even after your paycheck, when you get paychecks. Because your, needs will rise to meet the money that you've made somehow. They'll just rise. And yet at the same time, money is not the end. It's not the only thing. However, because of the existence of money and its importance, a lot of the relationships you'll end up having are transactional. People will only value you for how much money they can get from you or how much value they can get from you. The friendships that you have when you're an adult, which start in university, you have to be deliberate. Taftana, by the way. Check on your people. Talk to them, not just about academics and everything. Find out who they are, where they come from, why they behave the way they do. What were Eastlands? Why are they behaving like this? The people from Nyahururu, people from Eldoret, why does this particular person speak like this or think like this? Following your passion, it's great. It's fantastic. The real world asks you, does it pay the bills? That is usually a painful question for creatives. Does it pay the bills? Okay. Some creatives try to go hard and even through failure, they'll stick to it, continue making music, release another music video and all, even if it doesn't bring money. But if they go and get a job somewhere, at a reception somewhere or something, their fellow creatives start pointing at them and thinking they are sellouts or failures. They're not. Bills will have to be paid. And daily development is a thing you have to do. I know how to play the guitar, but do I know how to file my taxes? I know how to sing a song, but do I know how to organize a concert? Because that one is not about creativity. Do I know the difference between a manager and a technician? There are guys who are very good at the technical part of things. I can operate a camera, I can do edits, checky music video, I can do poses like this and all that stuff. But I don't know how to sell that film. I don't know how to make money from that film. The other thing is the degree that you get, or degrees, master's, PhD, you can pile them on, diplomas, as many as you can. They are not a guarantee of anything. They have to be combined with other skills. Right now, all the people you've seen here are representative of just, they're individuals in a bigger picture. But you will remember that bigger picture because of their public speaking skills. They come in front of you and they speak well. But in campus, you might have been an introvert, and you do your assignments, then earphones, you're off. Life ya campus ni hivi. Earphones out, finish your assignment, earphones in. There are times you'll have to step out of who you are. It's uncomfortable to interact with people, you will have to do it. It's uncomfortable to talk in front of people, you have to find a way. Because it's all part of selling, you are all in the business of sales and storytelling. And then, the knowledge that you gain in lectures, because this setup, this formal setup, us here, you there, it doesn't always work. If I was to ask you now, how much do you even remember? Even right now, people are looking at me like, Buddha, maze lunch, bana. That does not work unless now we do something practical. Like now during the session, and that's why I want to shorten what I'm going to say, because here is where now we get practical with the questions that you have. Because as I stand here, it's an assumption that we're all of this mind frame, and so these are my points. Yes, do not restrict your thinking, okay? So that's point number one. But you might not be thinking about that. You might be thinking, okay, I haven't even finished paying school fees, and I've seen my parents suffer. Right now, maybe I shouldn't be here. I'd rather just go start a border business. So, knowing that knowledge does not necessarily translate because of any barriers that we have in between, for the faculty, these are the things that I noticed. Now, let me restrict this to the creative industry. You've heard about the screen side of things, but I've had the privilege of being exposed to all sorts of stages. There's almost nothing in the creative world that I haven't done professionally or haven't attempted professionally. So success is a strong word for some of the areas I've tried. But one of the things we need to teach, especially people, the creative minds, and with the growth of social media, is intellectual property as an asset. The assets we're taught about are land, real estate, all those visible things. Then there are some who mistake big cars as to be assets. But intellectual property is a huge asset. Recently, there was a reboot of a series called Bel Air. But it was a reboot of a comedy, The Fresh Prince of Bel Air. The one starring starring Will Smith. So, they reimagined it from comedy to drama. The thing is, though, the cast members of the original comedy, they don't do it anymore. They stopped filming it a long time ago. But they are able to pay their bills because of the checks from royalties from that show that ended more than 20 years ago. They are able to get paid. When you understand about intellectual property, then you know what it means to why you see stars with private jets and things like that, and our local artists here are struggling to even buy smokies by the roadside. Now, income generation as per the industry is also very important. Why it's important to generate money for yourself and for your projects. If I approach, say, the Kenya Film Commission and tell them, I have a budget of this much, I want to do a movie, this movie will just change lives. They will ask me, okay, What have you put in? Where is your investment? Why should we, as the Film Commission, or as any donors, any investors, why should I bear, you're coming to me with a budget of 100 million. Hey, you're ambitious, but why should I pay the 100 million? Because if the movie doesn't work out, I lose the 100 million. You don't really lose anything. So if I am to raise, say, 20 million, how exactly does someone raise 20 million? Do you get a big salary? You work for Safaricom as the CEO? How do you do that? So income generation, that's an important course for me as far as I'm concerned. Also, a lot of artists end up being consultants, individuals. You say, Mazi, hook me up with that work, that editing work, this whatever work it is, and I will do it for you. And then KRA shows up. And you have no idea how to account for what you've been doing. Systems. Do you have a system for invoicing? Do you have a system for getting work? If someone says, I want t-shirts printed, how is that documented? Can you trace it back? In the year 2000 and whatever, we were asked for this many t-shirts by this person, and here are the records. And this is how much they paid, this is how much we made, this is how much we paid out and everything. Do you have that? Artists do not like hearing about accounts. You need them. So hook up with friends who can actually, in fact, challenge each other. Hook up with the person who is pursuing an account major and another one who is pursuing performing arts, and come up with a small project. See if you can come up with a project together, even in theory, that can make money. Then try and practice it on a smaller scale so that you get a practical understanding of how you can, because you'll end up losing a lot of money if you don't do that. And then also, you've already, DC has talked about social media, but there's also something else that I'd really appreciate from universities. You see, one of the things I do as a professional, and as I bring this to a close, is something that is called Because You Said So. It's an improv comedy group that has been doing shows consistently for the last 8 years. Sold out. The next show is on August 6th. 6th? Yeah, August 6th. That's the next show. The show has no script, no rehearsal, and it's a comedy show. We get up on stage, 7 of us, and we make you laugh. If we don't make you laugh, you punish us. The audience that has paid money to sit there has permission to punish the characters on stage if they don't make them laugh. That has taught us a number of things. One, you have to be present. Here and now. You have to be present in order to communicate. You have to be present. That means you're not thinking about yesterday, you're not thinking about tomorrow, you're not on your phone. You have to be present mentally. Otherwise, you will miss out on what is being done, and the audience punishes you. The other thing, storytelling. When you come to someone like the Shark Tank or the Lion's Den and all those people, big investors, an investor is not going to invest in you because you're the brightest person, or because your grades were so brilliant, or because you wrote a fantastic project. They invest in you as a person. And what they know of you as a person is from the story you tell. Storytelling has been restricted to literature, been restricted to English and communication and performing arts. You need storytelling even in finance. You need storytelling in HR. You need storytelling every aspect. Because as we've heard before, the human element. The human element. That's how hawkers over here connect with you and get you to buy things you might not even need. It's the human element. They say something nice about you and you blush and you buy it. That human element, storytelling, it yields a lot more than you may think. And so anything else, I believe we'll just get it in the Q&A session. I tried to keep it a bit short. Thank you very much for listening.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, a round of applause for Efesi Musoke. Truly, truly amazing and truly power-packed. And I think, how you guys feeling? Is this helpful to you guys? Is this amazing? Are you guys learning anything? All right, all right, all right. So right about now, we'd like to get into another session of the program, which is the panel discussion. Ambia jirani yako, panel discussion. So this panel discussion, with the interest of time, we're going to make it short and sweet. And we're also going to make it very informative to you people who are listening to us, because we would like to address some of the issues that have been raised by different students and also different stakeholders of the industry. And I can tell you one thing, is that there was an interesting survey that was carried out in 2017 by the British Council, which found out that 500,000 to 800,000 students graduate from universities and move into the labor market. But then the questions that come in from these different sectors is that, are these university students really ready to tackle the problems that are there in the industry? Is the education that we are getting in our schools and in our institutions of higher learning relevant to today's modern day problems? So this is the reason as to why we came up with this particular panel, to address these matters and even more matters. So for now, I'd like to get into inviting my panelists, and I know that you guys are not ready for this, and I do not know, okay, yes. I don't know whether you guys are ready for this, because this one is going to be hot and sweet and fire, and it's also going to be nice and amazing for you. So to my first panelist today, I'm talking about the CEO of the Kenya Film Commission. He has been right here, and he's also an alumnus of Daystar University. Give it up for Mr. Timothy Owase, ladies and gentlemen. Amazing gentleman with an amazing suit. Tani connect na plug wako. One more time, a round of applause. You can sit right there, sir. Yes, yes, sir. And now, to break the bias, I'd like to invite the CEO of Zindua Career. She's going to tell us about getting jobs, ladies and gentlemen. I'm talking about Miss Edna herself. Makofi kwake akija on stage. So this gentleman was right here, na amerudi kuketi, but then I'm just about to invite him again. Mr. Yafesi, karibu sana.
The next one.
Niliwaambia when I grow up, I want to have a beard like his. We are still praying. Professor Faith.
All right.
Is it the feedback coming from this? Professor Faith Nguru, probably you can also help me in praying for my beard, so that we have something nice coming through. All right. An amazing gentleman that I'm also going to be inviting on stage. He was here before. He's the head of brand and communications at Sandy. I'm talking about Mr. Edwin Kuria. A round of applause. An amazing lady also, the founder and the president of Jurabox. She was here to give an amazing presentation. Give it up for DC Obanda. And we also have right here with us Mr. Anthony Gitonga, who is the resourcing director from Lead Trade Limited. Big game of coffee, Akija. And we also have another gentleman who is an alumnus of Daystar University as well, and he is the projects lead at the International Labour Organization. For those of you who do not know what the International Labour Organization is all about, it's Nikama Kotu, but now international. So this gentleman is literally the international version of Mr. Atuoli. So ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Mr. Isaac Kiema. Ako hapo. Ndio. I hope atatuambia, what are you saying? He's here. Makofi kwake one more time, ladies and gentlemen. And also just to inform you is that Mr. Isaac right here was, Mr. Isaac right here is an alumni of class of 2005, right? 2006. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just trying to figure out where this feedback is coming from. Okay, okay. Is my mic back on? All right, it is. All right, it is. I'm going to take this seat right here. Okay, I feel like it's a little bit too high for me. All right, I'll just do a cool sitting right here. So for those of you who are watching us live, welcome to... Check. Checking my mic. Okay. So for those of you who are watching us live on YouTube from wherever you are, thank you so much for tuning in to Daystar University YouTube channel. This is the Industry Academia Workshop held right here at Daystar University Nairobi campus. This is the university with a difference. And with me here is an amazing panel. Smile at least to our own names. You know. And these people right here are loaded with information and a wealth of knowledge that we're just about to drink from. But with the interest of time, we're going to make it short but very sweet. We're also going to make it very informative and also very relevant to you and to everybody who you're listening with. So thank you so much for joining. And I do not know whether my panelists are mic'd up. Oh, yes. Oh, you are? Okay. I believe that more mics are going to be coming through. So, yeah. Beautiful. I like it that way. I believe that more mics are going to be coming through, probably as we continue with the discussion and the engagements for now. Okay, all right. I think we can start it off. So, Mr. Timothy, how are you doing? How are you feeling today?
Very well.
You're feeling well?
And great, yes.
You're feeling great?
Yes.
Was Daystar, did Daystar look like this when you guys were still studying, or are there new changes that have come up?
I'm home.
Oh, you're home. You feel like you're home. All right, ladies and gentlemen, give them a coffee to Daystar University alumnus. So much has been discussed and also much has been talked about with regards to the different changes in the industry and also how some people who study one course end up doing a career that's totally different from what they actually studied. So maybe I could go to Miss Edna Pale ili atuambie, are you doing what you actually studied for?
Thank you very much for that question.
Yeah.
So the direct answer is yes, and the indirect answer is no. Because I started it off in marketing, I went into communication, then I went into human resources, and all the while I was developing my abilities in entrepreneurship. Yeah, so I'm not doing communication per se, but my work.
All right. I think we're having some challenges with feedback right there. All right. I think you can just wind up.
Yeah, I'm not studying communication per se.
Yes.
But a lot of my work involves communication, and I also did a minor in community development. And right now I'm giving back to society, so that community development aspect is still very much applicable. Yeah.
All right, let me go to Mr. Edwin right here. Are you? Yes. Oh, Mr. Anthony. Pardon me. Mr. Anthony right here. Are you doing what you studied?
Yes and no. I was born before BC, so I have no idea. Yes and no. The only way that I use my mathematics degree, I studied statistics, is when I give statistics in a speech. So I use it that way. But from the word go, from the time I was employed by Pricewaterhouse, it had nothing to do with my statistics degree. The time I went into banking, it has nothing to do with the statistics degree. I ended up becoming an auditor, a risk practitioner. And as a speaker, nothing I have done prepares me for this.
Yeah.
So what I have found in life is that you have to make the most of anything that you come by, and there may be no direct correlation. Yet everything I do today as a speaker and as a writer, there's something about math that informs the logic behind it. Yeah.
So you being in the resource industry, I believe that you've been involved in a lot of firing and hiring and also in a lot of employee evaluations. Do you think that the graduates that you're getting today are well prepared for the market and also the problems that come with it?
If we look at it from a traditional standpoint and what we learn in school, preparation, not very well. because then there's a lot more that we have to do to get them ready to deliver on the strategies that we have. And the amount of money that is now invested in making them to be, bankable in terms of producing is a bit too high. We would want to see them prepared to a great extent so that we do not have to do much investing in them. And as you see the trend that is happening right now with COVID and all these things that are happening globally, no employer wants to employ somebody that they will spend years investing in. They want to plug and play you. Yeah.
When you talk about there's a lot that needs to be done in order for these potential graduates to be prepared for the current market, can you give us a few specifics on what exactly we need to teach them, or rather to prepare them to do?
Let me give you an example. When you come into a business, you need to be able to know how to run a business. Okay? I'll just give you a few ideas. Now, you've started a BCom. You've majored in marketing or in accounting. But if I ask you, what are the 5 things that the CEO is interested in knowing in the business that you're about to be employed, you probably will tell me high-level mathematics and, calculus. But what does a CEO want in a business? It is what Mama Mboga wants. What does Mama Mboga want? She wants cash at the end of the day. Do you know how to generate cash? She wants a profit at the end of the day. Do you know how much you sell to Tom, Dick, and Harry to get a price? And she doesn't have a computer system to run it. He wants to know what's the velocity, the speed at which you're going to market these things. And your CEO doesn't want to have many figures. I want to know how many units you're going to sell. So the skills we are talking about are pedestrian skills. He wants to know about business growth. So you started with one kibanda selling in Isili. You want to have another one selling in South Sea and another one. That kind of business. Do you have that kind of mindset? Where do you want us to go? And then finally, as a business, what you want to know is how do you treat our customers so that they don't go and buy from him, they keep buying from us. Yeah. Now, if you go and ask somebody who's never been to a school, they will tell you those are the only 5 business skills you need. So what then confuses me is that when I ask people who have been to Harvard and have done an MA in finance, and I'm asking them a few questions about business and they cannot answer me, and the customers that they're going to be meeting do not understand the language they are speaking, so there's a bit of disconnect. How can we even profile that Mama Mboga to come and tell us the only difference between this person and the CEO of Safaricom is the number of zeros they put after the digit, period?
I think you've really touched on a lot on what the local Kenyan market really is looking for in terms of employability. Yeah. But then I'd like to get your perspective, Mr. Isaac Kiama, especially since you've had a lot of international experience. You, of course, after you working with the International Labour Organization, just how different is the Kenyan labor market and how does it compare with that of other countries or other developed economies as well?
Okay, thank you. Before I answer your question, allow me to correct some information. The International Labour Organization is one among the United Nations agency. Is not the opposite of COTU. Is the only tripartite UN agency we have in the world where it's a formation of the employers, government, and workers. So in every country over the 187 member states where we are, we normally have government represented by either the Ministry of Labor or an equivalent of the Ministry of Labor, and then we have workers. For Kenya, we have the Federation of Kenya Employers representing employers, and then now we have the Central Organization of Trade Unions representing COTU. So that's why ILO is not COTU. And we are the oldest United Nations agency. Basically, the work that we do is to develop policies, the international conventions, the guidelines as it pertains the world of work, promoting social dialogue, promoting decent work, and ensuring that we have a cohesive environment for where businesses thrive, especially where countries have to apply matters to do with employment. In Kenya, we have ratified quite a number of conventions by the ILO, which many of the times are quoted when they are coming up with the employment policies, the labor laws that we have in Kenya, and the reviews that we are looking in terms of how we develop also the National Employment Authority, and quite a number of work. So in terms of how Kenya is different, I would say might not be very different, but we are being seen in Africa region as a hub to emulate from. And this is why we are talking about the future of work. When the future of work dawned, I remember we did a position paper. Then I was working with the Federation of Kenya Employers, and we did a position paper, and we were saying that it's coming a time 5 years from now when employers will have workers who are working from home. But that was seen as a joke. Less did we know that COVID is coming to change the entire landscape, and everything changed, and we were all sent to work from home. Even by now, at the UN complex in Gigiri, we are only going to work in shifts. We cannot be allowed to be in the complex, all of us as the UN staff. And so what I would say in Kenya, Kenya took a lead in terms of digitalization when it came to global change. Because of the globalization and discussing the future of work, we have very great examples like the M-Pesa platform, which everybody is talking about. You recently, I think around the month of June, May, we were rated Kenya as the #1 bulliest by one of the UN agents. It rated Kenya as #1 in terms of being bullies on social media. That tells you how strong we are in terms of technology and how techno-savvy we are as Kenyans. Recently, I was being told to check on my phone. When I get home, I give my children my phones, and I realized the youngest is actually has mastered how I normally key in my email password on my phone, and he's already on my. He went to the office application, then he has already keyed on the password, and he's already on the emails, as young as 2 years. That tells you they are just seated in the house and they are observing you, and that is the landscape we have. Everybody here spoke about technology. We spoke about the digital space. We spoke about how then we want to ensure that we create employable skills. The discussion is that as much as we are talking about university students or students getting from institutions and going with assumption that they will be employed, in Kenya, we are seeing a trend. If you look at the ILO World Employment Social Trends of the report of 2022, you see that there is an element that we are moving in a certain direction whereby everybody is having a gig, the so-called. And this is what is making us be ahead of each and everyone. And everyone would want, other countries want to see how we are moving and borrow quite a lot of examples from us. The other one which I want to mention, and is very critical for every country, is when we have quite strong industrial relations, where the employers, government, and workers are speaking the same discussion. Last week I was involved in, I was invited by the Geothermal Association of Kenya to speak during their congress. And they were talking about how they have challenges in terms of skills in a particular area. However, they kept on acknowledging that in Kenya we have very strong industrial relations, where we have a social dialogue. Employers can negotiate with workers, workers can negotiate with the government can listen to employers when they are talking, government can listen to workers when they are talking. And that is what is making us different.
All right, that's amazing. I think right before I now delve probably into more of the creative industry and also into the entrepreneurial industry, I'd like to know from you, Ms. Edna, because you've also been in the industry for quite a while as the CEO of Zindua Career. Now, majority of the students that we are having today in our universities are part of the Gen Z generation. You know, that generation that's looked at as the lazy ones, the ones who are very emotionally, too emotionally sensitive per se. Do you think this particular age group has something to offer in the job market today?
Thank you very much for that question. Yes, the answer is yes. the Generation Z are the individuals who I believe are born from the year 2000 and possibly 2011. So if you look at the time they were born, what was going on in the world of work, in the work environment, the job market, we were transitioning from manual to technology, and a lot of processes and our way of work was being influenced with what can the computer do. So this is when I think even that's the time I was going into the world of work, and it was the first time I even got an email. So this is the time the babies were being born and email is coming in. I had the first computer on my desk that had that big screen and a keyboard and the processor, and I had a floppy disk actually. So that's the time we had those first computers in the office, and we were learning how to stop writing everything and to put our ideas in the computer, find that printer that was making noise as it's printing, to print out our ideas as well. So at this time, when they were starting to go into the education process, a lot of transitions were moving away from manual to digital. And if you think about what the impact of digital on the way we approach work, you'd find that the more we rely on the digital environment for work processing, we use less of processes and more of the thinking, the creative abilities, the human creative abilities, the problem-solving abilities. We use more of that in order to solve work problems or meet the work demands. So with them growing with this in this stage, even the demands of work on employers is changing. Employers are no longer value, for example, at the time I was coming in, a secretary who can type how many words a minute. That's no longer valuable. And even like what Mr. Gitonga said earlier, he must have thrived in his early years of career because of his statistics. Because at that time, somebody having to sit down and do the numbers, crunch the numbers was necessary because we didn't have any other way of finding automated means of collecting data. But that has changed now. So we might not value so much somebody who accumulates the ability to spend time with numbers. We might value somebody who can think outside the sitting down, spending time with the numbers, and actually translating those numbers to something more meaningful in the workplace. So this calls for a lot of the human abilities, the utilization of human abilities in the processing of work. Meaning, you'll find the Generation Z being the kind of people who are being asked to think about what they can do with what there is already. They have to think beyond just spending time reading longer, maybe read more smarter. And by the way, I see that even in my own home with my older children, that when I give them a solution, they come up with a solution that is something I had not even thought about, going around the problems I was thinking because I was going through processes, something I was brought up in. So this generation will demonstrate this kind of behaviors in their approach to work because their knowledge base actually allows them to think using their human powers, the creative side, the problem-solving side, rather than the processes. So this is what I deduce from the Generation Z.
The Generation
and
Z.
And they have a place in the workplace.
Yeah.
Because right now, the human, I don't know, one of the speakers did give that statistics, that very soon 50% of jobs will be replaced by a robot. And we will have to learn how to coexist with robots, because robots will come in to do the work they can do very well, which is the processes. Just working through one process, something that can be repeated. And that's why we are looking into very soon being able to use vehicles that we don't need drivers, because you can actually key in those processes of maneuvering through streets into a robot. We are looking at, even I have seen recently, buying a gadget. If you want, we might replace our home managers with gadgets that you will teach how to clean your house and how to cook the specific food you like. So you wear the gadget and you teach it. Teach it how to cook for you chapati, for example. Those researches are ongoing currently, and that means very soon even our home managers will be replaced with someone I can talk to and teach them to clean my home, wash my clothes, open the door for me, things like that. Because these are repeated processes. Leaving the opportunity for human beings to do what human beings are good at, which is being creative, thinking critically outside what we know, outside the processes, solving problems we didn't anticipate. So for example, we didn't anticipate COVID, and we had to solve the problem of COVID. Robots would never have done that because robots have to be told by humans how to think. So I think the place of work for the Generation Z, they've been brought up to think in this way, is in that area where they will be given the chance to actually use their human powers to solve the very many problems this world has. For many of us who are brought up in the environment of processes, we will need to relearn. Yeah. We will need to relearn how to use these human processes.
For sure.
I mean, these human powers that we have.
Yeah. All right, I think you've really touched on a lot to do with technology and AI, and I believe, Mr. Edwin Kuria, your business is very technology, like it's very techy when we talk about Sandy, and also how you guys do your work and how you ensure that deliveries are usually made. But also from the conversations that we've had here, is one thing is clear, is that there's a gap between the corporate world and also the universities, or rather the institutions of higher learning. So you guys as a corporate, what are you doing to bridge this gap between the universities and also institutions of higher learning with your business?
Thanks a lot for the question. So there's a couple of things where we have a school of engineering. That's developers who've gotten the school experience, and they do get some actual experience working with lead engineers to just develop solutions. There's lots of hackathons that we do prepare or partner with people with Zindi Africa and the likes, who are just creating a forum, and we are giving a problem. Like, for example, how long would it take to get a vehicle or a boda rider picking something in Gitonga if the request is made over lunch hour? So lots of students come in and use data analytics, look at what the data we have, and just lots about machine learning just to be able to get a solution, and we do give awards for that. We also have a couple of internship opportunities. Just last November, I got an intern from Daystar who's doing amazing things.
Clap for Daystar. Clap for Daystar, guys. Appreciate Daystar.
Because now we have new problems, new culture problems. Everyone is working remotely. How do you still maintain that brand feel, that company feel, when you are doubling during a time of COVID? You know, how do they remember that? Or rather, how do they come and get integrated into this system? Again, the reality of short attention span is upon us. So anyway, what this intern is helping us do is creating video newsletters, you know, and people are receiving them and laughing. And again, even those are automated because they're not creating everything from scratch, but we're using tools that are automated and just allow you use this character, you use that music. So those are some of the things that we are doing to bridge that gap.
The gap.
Yep.
I think when we talk about the creative sector and the creative industry, we can't leave you, DC, from the conversation. And I think part of your presentation and also what you're talking about is the importance of versatility. So could you just amplify how being versatile is important in today's market and industry?
Thank you very much for that question. Wow. I could give you practical examples. I said that I am a lawyer, but I'm in digital marketing. My role in the digital marketing agency or firm is I am head of corporate. So my law comes in there, but even in corporate, there's HR. I'm responsible for finance. I'm responsible for us telling our story. There's so many different things that one person needs to bring together in that one space. So I have to be, it starts with me, I have to be versatile in that way. The people that work for me, as I said, maybe 2 or 5 at most are actually doing what they studied. So the rest have to be versatile because they have to be like, oh, okay, content is a thing, and I'm a good writer. Let me do a gig with these people and write content. Or content has moved from just written content to videos. People are consuming videos, and that's what they understand. I have to shift and figure out how to do video content that makes sense to people. But they don't want to watch a whole documentary about something. So you have to shift and do research and realize the attention span is maybe 30 seconds. I have to make sure that I make the point that I need to make creatively in 30 seconds. So there's that constant adapting, constantly, you have to constantly change. But that also means that you have to be on the constant lookout for what's happening in your environment, because you are responding. You're responding to what's happening out here. TikTok or Facebook, yes, they might have started as maybe, what would this look like? But they are here today because they realized, Allah, this is something that people actually want. And they've shifted their product. At the beginning it was, let's connect with each other. But very quickly they realized, so that means that I have the customer, that I have an audience of how many billion people? That's my product. I need to sell that. And then it became media and media buying, and that's how Meta makes the money that it makes. And that's how all those platforms make the money. But it's because people have their eyes open. Yafesi said, be present, be here, because only when you're present in the moment are you able to see what's actually happening around you. And then you'll see the gap, you'll figure out the solution, and then you will adapt.
Before I finish up with Mr. Yafesi right here, I think you talk like an entrepreneur, I think because you are one. And I'd like to know, how can institutions of higher learning prepare their students to be good entrepreneurs once they get out there? Because this has been a conversation, I think, is now a national conversation, because you find that the government feels like entrepreneurship is going to be the best way of how to deal with the huge unemployment gap that we have in the country today. But then when we give money, even in terms of funding to different young people, you find that the issue is that they are not cultured to be entrepreneurs. Some of them are even afraid of taking loans, even, like guaranteed loans. Some of them are even afraid of taking them. So how do you think institutions of higher learning should prepare their students to become entrepreneurs in the future?
I am afraid of taking loans. Because how do I repay that loan? Okay. What universities can do, I think, is first mind shift. That shift from we are preparing resources to meet industry, or to meet markets, shifting that to that learning is a constant thing. The university is not the end point, or the degree is not the end point. Just shifting that thinking in the first place. The second thing I'd say is how we structure our courses. Somebody said generalist versus specialist. There is space for specialists, absolutely. But then, in a way, looking at GPAs, and marks and grades, we said, oh, you're an engineer, you're a doctor, you're a lawyer, that's wonderful, and it ended there. What about the teacher? What about the nurse? What about some courses that we've had since time immemorial, but it's like anthropology or BA sociology? Huyo ameenda shule kufanya nini? And yet, those are the exact courses that we need now. So we still need those same older courses that we had that were generalist courses, but adapted, I guess, to now. Yeah, because when you think anthropology, you think sociology, you're thinking about people. How do they come together? How do they relate? How do they talk? And those are the exact same things that he would need to market a product. Yeah, because he needs to understand the target audience. We have that information. We have those courses, but we've been happier to say you're an engineer or you're a doctor, and we've left that part out. The other thing that I'd say is we specialists, because lawyers are specialists in a way, need more generalist courses. So maybe when our courses are being put together, there needs to be a bit more general courses within that, like within the law degree. And why do I say so? Because I am an example of this. The whole reason why I started Jurabox was because, one, you have lawyers that are excellent at what they do, but they are the only people, or the only people who understand what they do. But they're not their own clients. Your client is somebody else. They need to know what you do so that they can engage you. But if you can't communicate to them, this is who I am, this is what I do, this is how I can come in and help you, then how will I ever wake up and say I need a lawyer? You'll say I need a lawyer because nimeshikwa, or because, but not realizing that maybe in a land transaction that you're doing, you need somebody to have your back and to check risk for you. Yeah. So the reason why I started Jurabox was that seeing you're wonderful in your box, knowing what you do, but other people don't know what you do. They don't know how to engage with you. You have this demeanor that causes them to not want to engage with you. What's the point? And then on this other hand, you have the citizen. The thing about law is law does not exist in a vacuum. It is responsive to society. So every act that you see that has passed, or that is the law of this country, is a response. It is relevant within the context of the Kenyan society. Okay? Yes. So because law is it is in everything that we do, and it's important to society, you have, how many Kenyans are we right now? About 50 million Kenyans who don't know this thing that is so fundamental to their existence and their transactions and everything they do every day. It doesn't make sense. So you need a thing that brings those two things together. So just in answering your question, these specialists need some of that generalist learning, like communication. Yes, I did communication skills, but it was just a course. It was a thing that we ticked and said I did communication skills. But really, if lawyers could communicate and say, this is who I am, this is what I do, this is where you can find me, this is how we can interact with each other, then you'd have created more value. And what I'd ask maybe the school to do, and I'd be very interested in researching and taking this a bit further, is that not many people, in fact, I've never seen people in this space who are like me, who are a lawyer who is trying to communicate law for people. Lawyers communicate law for themselves or amongst themselves. It's an academic exercise or it's legal prowess. I know more Latin than you, or I can, I know this, I have a stronger argument than yours, but the people who need to hear it don't get to hear it. So there need to be more people who can take the specialist thing, and it's not just law. It could be architecture, it could be medicine, but it's a subject matter that is relevant to society. Take that thing, they understand it, and be able to break it down and communicate it to the public. Daystar is known for communication, and I think that I would be very happy to work on a law and communication thing, because I've been looking at, what do I call myself, a legal journalist, a legal communicator? What's that thing in the middle that takes the expertise and then communication and puts that together? Yeah.
All right. I think I have one more question for Mr. Hollywood himself. Yafesi told us he was doing a couple of projects for Universal Music Group and all of these big companies, which is amazing, by the way. Big up to you. But then I think a question that I think I'm prompted to ask a question based on your presentation, because as you were doing a presentation, you mentioned Joel the poet, the guy who is doing the spoken word art and stuff like that, and you also talked about how his skill is needed in corporates, for example. Corporates that are in the banking that are in the banking sector, and among other various corporates in those sectors. But if we look at it, there's a problem, because we can see a gap that you as a young person, you're pretty much skilled in this particular talent, but then you do not know how to connect yourself or to tap into the opportunities that are in different sectors that are not necessarily within what you studied for. How is it that young people can be able to tap into these opportunities? And how is it that they can connect to these particular avenues for them to be able to make something for themselves?
Wow. Thank you for that question. I'll take it from the perspective of, let's say, a film set. So someone comes up with a script, everything is in place, and then they call for auditions. Now, when they call for auditions, almost any time you call for audition, you're guaranteed to get almost hundreds of people showing up, if it's publicized well or if certain companies advertise it because their reputations. So many people will show up. Now, in that particular instance, you'll find out of maybe 500, 200 of them are very good at what they do. Like, they're brilliant actors. There are some you can see they have the raw talent. They may not have had the opportunity and everything. So you're thinking that one can be trained. This one, but that time you're only looking for 5 people out of the 500 people who've shown up. And then you get to give them an opportunity. And out of the 5 who are on set, there's one who is thinking of being in Hollywood. They've heard how the superstars in Hollywood, like Zendaya or whoever, they have their own, what do you call it, the trailer. Yes, they have their own trailer where they have handlers who bring their water and everything, and they don't want to touch anything else. I'm the star. You only call me out when you need to do my makeup. Then there's someone else who is not as good an actor, but they are fascinated by this whole world. They see the cameras, they're really fascinated. They're like amazed, like, okay, what did that person just press? What did the director shout to that person? Oh, okay, so they've changed the lens. Why have they done that? Oh, this one is, the slate. What are they writing on that thing? And action. What do those things mean? And they are curious. They want to know. The sound guy, why is he being told to stand at this angle? So that the mic is not seen. Oh, wait, and they have all these questions, and they do their part, but they are curious to stay. The other person shows up, does their role, and they leave. So when you come in and as a creative, you have to be hungry. And what I usually tell creatives when they come in, actors especially, is, do you want to own the project? Do you want it to be yours? In order to own the project, you have to own everything. So you have to be aware, like if I get off stage here, I've finished my part, then I open a bottle of water and I throw the wrapper down there, and then I go off because there's someone else who will clean it up. I don't own the project. I'm just trying to own my own things, whatever, my own world, my own space. That's all I'm interested in. So now you might come in now outside of a film set. You walk into, like I used to work in a sales, in a company, a tech company, but also in education technology. So that's not necessarily my creative space, but I was coming there initially under the premise of doing creative videos. But in order to do that, I had to learn about education technology. I had to learn about the software that's used. They don't send emails to each other. They use different work platforms, Slack and the Basecamp and things like that. These things were not around even like a few years ago. So I had to learn, and it was a steep learning curve. So you have to be willing to feel small when you get into a space. You have to be willing to feel small, which is much more difficult. Well, not necessarily much more, but it is very difficult for creatives, because in general, as a creative, you're treated as small because creativity is what you used to do after studying. It's always extracurricular. Clubs, the drama club, the music and all that. Those are the things you did after people have studied. There was a lady who who last year, KCSE, the way the news media surrounds everyone who has passed and got good grades and everything. She had a straight A. Everyone was celebrating her. So this journalist comes and asks her. A journalist comes and asks this lady. A journalist asks this lady, what do you want to be now when you grow up? What do you want to pursue in university? Without even batting an eyelid, without missing a beat, she said, I want to be a journalist. The journalist said, you don't want to be a neurosurgeon? You don't want to do something higher? And all of a sudden, the look on her face changed, the student, and she had to think of something. She said, okay, maybe actuarial science or something. Now she's having to change to please these people. A journalist is telling this one that what the message that comes across is, what I'm doing doesn't mean anything. You do something that means something to someone else. Now, everyone wanted to do medicine at some point, and then the time the doctors were not being paid and they had strike, now people were like, wait, so now we do procurement, or we look for where there are billions being reported and we go into that and all that. But if you have the attitude where I feel small, I am good at spoken word, I am good at creating videos, good at music, but I don't know how to do that particular thing that one does. And this organization, each department has its budget. So if I don't add value by not knowing what's going on, I'll be in a silo that doesn't add value to the company, and I'll be removed because you're just costing us money. Rather than learning what he does, and how it contributes, so I can plug into all those and add value everywhere. And in doing so, I get triple value myself. They'll get value like just a third from me, but I get triple the value by learning from them outside of my field. Because they didn't employ me to become an accountant, they employed me for my creativity, but the creativity has a context. So it's not just on its own. Yes.
For sure. I think we can wind up with Mr. Timothy Owase right there. Yes. So, Mr. Timothy, yours is just going to be an open question. So there are thousands of students, thousands of young people out there who are waiting to get into the industry. Some of them are going to experience things that they have not imagined or even expected. Some of them are going to end up in various industries or sectors that they never even studied for. What word of advice would you give to these young people?
One word is self-awareness. I think I want to encourage each of these youngsters who yearn to join the industry, that the industry is an open space for everyone. All you need is to be aware of exactly what you want to achieve. If you are not self-aware, it will be very difficult to fit anywhere. Then for the universities, my rallying call is that as marketers, we have one principle: identify what your customers' needs are, then deliver to it. If we can be able to do that, then we'll be able to achieve the aspiration of the academia and the industry. And of course, as professionals, our yearning call is that we would like to see the academia and the industry being able to marry each other in a successful way. And that can only happen if at all we are able to meet each one's expectations. And those expectations are actually varied. Think about a movie or a filming set. As EFS has said, there are so many people who participate in one production. You may have 1,000 people participating in one movie that will run for 120 minutes. For you to be able to get an interconnected film set, you need professionals. So there is space for each one of you. If you are yearning to join my sector, the space is there for you. Just prepare for it and be ready. I'll be ready to receive you. Thank you.
Amazing, amazing, amazing. Wapi makofi yake, ladies and gentlemen. Wapi makofi ya all my panelists over here. It's been an amazing run. Thank you so much to each and every one of you panelists who's come right here to share your knowledge and also share insights to the many students who are talking. And I feel like it would be great if you guys were open enough to interact with the different people who are here, and also to the different students who are seated right here, for you guys to probably exchange and also share some ideas and share some knowledge and experiences with them so that they can be prepared. So as you take your seats, I'd like the audience right here to appreciate each of them. But to my panelists, please do not leave the venue because we have some amazing hampers for each and every one of you. So, unaweza tuweka tu hapo kwa kiti? Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes, oh yes. Have some amazing hampers right here for you. So please do not go far. So for now, I just saw the entrance of the Daystar University Students Association president. I saw him right here, Mr. Walter Nalwa. Please stand up so that they can see you and appreciate you. Mr. Walter Nalwa himself. Wapi makofi ya president. Amazing, amazing, amazing. So for now, I think I'll just probably get some communication from, hey, manager wangu ameenda wapi? Okay, just a minute, just a minute, just a minute. Oh, hey, sifungui macho. Okay, sawa. So please usiende mbali because I was just about to introduce you. So Miss Magdalene from the alumni office, please come because she's going to be doing some awarding presentation, and I can tell you one thing for sure is that it's going to be amazing. Wapi makofi yake?
Good evening, or good afternoon, sorry. I'll do a very short program, which is we are going to award our guest speakers, and I want to invite the DVC ARSA, Mr. Alan Bukusi and Nalwa, kindly come in front. And I'll ask our MC, Israel, to come on stage. So you will call. I had picked some few students. Please come forward. So the DVC ARSA, this is Professor Nguru, will help us to hand over the gifts to the students, who will in turn award or give it to our speakers in appreciation of what they have done to us today. So please, where's our, okay, you're here. So you will call each one of them. Come in.
All right. Hey, this microphone sounds so much better. So ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? So who should we start with? Should we start with the ladies ama tuanze na the gents? Tuanze na nani? Tuanze na men? Tuanze na men? Okay, so we'll start with the ladies. So our first awardee, ladies and gentlemen, is the CEO of Zindua Career. I'm talking about none other than Madam Edna Semiti. Such a unique name. Pigia makofi. Amekuja akidance, akismile, akismile. Enda tu pale utakuwa awarded by Professor Faith Nguru herself, who is the DVC ARSA. Wapi makofi yao? Okay, the person presenting the award is not the DVC. I think it's Mr. Walter Nalwa, so please do not probe me, Mr. President. Makofi yake, ladies and gentlemen, one more time. The second person on stage is our very own Daystar alumnus. I'm talking about Mr. Timothy Osewe. Wako wapi makofi yake? Owase. CEO himself, the real Mr. Hollywood. Kumbe ya fesi alikuwa anatudanganya. Wewe ndo sasa ule mkuu. Karibu sana. Makofi yake, ladies and gentlemen. Amazing handshake pale. That's the real handshake, I can tell you for sure. The third gentleman is none other than Mr. Yafesi Musoke, veteran TV and radio host. Ako pale, beard gang. Eish. Don't let your hair control you. Bold man army. No, hey, flaunt it. Makofi yake, ladies and gentlemen. Makofi pale. Na kwa wale wamekuwa wakitusumbua pale kwa YouTube ads, I'm talking about Sandy, the tech company. You play a song, ndo wao Sandy. Girls, just know that you don't have money to pay for April Music. So ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Mr. Edwin Kuya. Makofi mzito kwake. You see, he's employing the Starians. So naweza ponyoka na ka internship hapo. Amazing. And now on to the lady again. She's a founder. She's an amazing presenter. Amekuja akatupatia a crash course that's very interesting. I'm talking about none other than Miss DC Obanda. Miss DC, is she here? Or she's coming back? All right. Sawa, hakuna shida. Moving on swiftly, we're talking about the resource director, Lead Train Limited. This gentleman is well conversant with hiring and firing. This guy might be your boss. Sijui ni kutumia CV baada ya hii. Tuonane pale kwa tent. Niandike kwa Kiswahili. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Mr. Anthony Gitonga himself. Amazing. And now the lady has not yet arrived. I think she's waiting for a grand arrival. But we can... Naambiwa ati they will keep it for her. Mtamwekea vizuri. Sawa. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the people presenting the awards. Oh, okay. I'm being informed that kulikuwa na mmoja nilikuwa nimesahau. Forgive me, tafadhali. Forgive me. The man from the International Labour Organization himself. Alisema yeye sio atuoli. Pole sana, sa. So ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Mr. Isaac Kiama. Amazing gentleman. Karibu sana, Mr. Isaac. Makofi yake tafadhali. Thank you so much. And DC is here. DC amefika. Hey, wasanii tu. Wapi makofi ya DC, ladies and gentlemen. DC Obanda, founder. We started with the ladies and we ended with the ladies. Clearly the future is kabisa. Wapi makofi yake?
Don't leave. The MCO, he has forgotten someone, and I'm going to introduce that other person that he has forgotten. So, Alan Bukusi and Professor Faith Guru, you are the champions of students doing the best in whichever field they are in. And before us is Israel Lukadiru, just here next to me. We want to appreciate him. Yes. He is our student, so he's not yet in the industry, but he's doing the industry inside the university.
Thank you so much for your support. Thank you. So I don't know if I should give you back the mic or you're now a VIP.
Red card imepanda to just like that. Yafesi, I know you really wanted to hire me, so I can see you after this. So ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the awardees and also the people who've been awarded. Yeah, is there anything else? All right. Sawa. Okay. Thank you. Uniekea vizuri, usitoe kitu. Sawa. So ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite none other than Mr. Alan Bukusi, who is going to do a council presentation right here. Makofi kwake, ladies and gentlemen. Makofi nzuri, hao ndo wameshikilia degree yangu jameni.
This one seems to be working. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. I want to just make one or two remarks based on what we have heard this afternoon. It's a really powerful experience, and I believe that Daystar has moved to the top of the innovation list in terms of university direction. This is something I've loved to see done for years, for ages. I don't see universities talking to industry. So I think you've done another first. So, yes, go ahead and congratulate yourselves. Thank you very much for this privilege. I want to thank all the organizers and particularly my DVC academic, Professor Nguru, for allowing this to happen. Yes, I am on the council, and the council does appreciate the work that does happen. But maybe listening is a skill. It's a skill. It's a really powerful skill that we all need. Just to sum up the remarks of the many things that have been heard here, I think we really need to appreciate our speakers. Please, let's really appreciate them for the work they've done. Then there's the organizing team. It's absolutely fabulous, starting with the alumni and the team that's behind that organization. But I just want to stress that a university, as a university, we are in the business of creating and marketing ideas. That doesn't take many people. That means we influence the future of a society. That means we get people to converge, construct, conference, and share knowledge everywhere, beginning from the classroom and ultimately the industry. So we have a big responsibility as an institution, as a hub of ideation. And there are so many things that I have heard here today that, just blessed my heart and sort of blessed all you speakers. If I have any blessings, I brought them down. They're all on you guys. Great words that I've said. Experience is what you have done with your time. If there are really any students here, I think you need to think about that. It has repeated every time, every speaker. Experience is not what you will get, but it is what you have done with your time, and that time begins here. So last week I was helping my son put together his CV, and he was asking me, Dad, why are you putting all those things? And there's got to be a recording of this, because I'll just take it for him and tell him, listen. Yeah, this I didn't speak, right? So for the students here, it's for us to think, what will you do when you leave university? Start doing it now. Don't wait to graduate. This is a question of who are you? Self-awareness. What am I? What is my position in society? Why am I here? And for our lecturers and our administration team is, how can I make that dream a reality? The dream of the student. How can I make it a reality? So I live here with much happiness, thankfulness to God, thankfulness to the university, thankful for all the speakers, thank you for the time that we have spent here. A really powerful time, and I want to take back that report. I want us to urge and I plead with the university, please, make this an annual event. Good things start small. Great things last forever. Now this is a great thing. Because it has provided an opportunity for departments to showcase their graduates, courses and content. This is an absolutely valuable opportunity. It's an opportunity to listen to industry, their requirements, their trends, their troubles, their demands, and their expectations. That's our business. So why aren't we listening to that customer? Very aptly put, Mama Mboga. Mama Mboga is personified by these 6 or 7 speakers. Let's start listening to them. It will be an opportunity for recent graduates to engage with the potential employers. If I was a lecturer, I'd suggest this is going to be a master class that has to be, and I want a term paper on it. This master class that has just taken place here, before you leave this campus, you give me a paper on what you learned. And it's an opportunity for alumni to regroup, to lend a hand, to give back. You saw the joy on their faces, Until those who are not alumni had to say, me, I'm not an alumni, but I also have something to say, right? Absolutely, this is just the time we need. And so with those few remarks, I want to thank you very much, thank the speakers, and thank you for taking the time. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to share knowledge with the world. God bless you. I think we are at closing, is that, or do I call you?
Thank you very much, Mr. Alan Bukusi, for not only championing what has happened today, but also being here and sitting throughout. And so I'm here to do a very humble task of moving a vote of thanks to everyone who has contributed to what this day has become. The challenge from the Council of the University, specifically from the Committee Overseeing Academic Research and Student Affairs docket, both the chair of the committee, Mr. Alan Bukusi, and the DVC, Arsa, who serves as secretary to that committee at that level. You realize this was coming from a very high level, right from the governance. And just to say thank you for making today happen. We have had or enjoyed this reconnection. I would call it a tripartite reconnection between academia, alumni, and industry. And it is very powerful. The conversations were very powerful, and you can tell by the fact that we've sat here. We are now past 3 p.m. And the online community is also still quite engaged. Dr. Leah Komen, who was co-chairing that committee, the local organizing committee with the DVC, Professor Nguru. I know she's been following from Burundi, where she's at Late University doing several weeks of academic work. And so, Dr. Komen, we want to appreciate you for the work that you did that was committed to you by the DVC Academic Research and Student Affairs. Let me also thank all the members of that committee. It was a very small committee. I'm counting only up to 6 people. And Magdalene, you really quite steered the committee in terms of making sure members are coming together every other week to meet, plan, and execute. And today we are reaping, from the work of that, that work that you put in. And so, Madam Eunice Ndungo from the DVC's office, Madam Nita Kihiro from the Student Placement Office, which actually links students in terms of internships, opportunities for careers and everything, even job offerings. From that office, Madam Nita, on behalf of the Dean of Students, few most appreciated, Magdalene, I think I've mentioned you, Grace Mbogo from the Vice Chancellor's Office, Protocol, and the rest of the corporate affairs staff who we are serving under that. Alumni office that Dr. Komen is now directing, together with Magdalene, few most appreciated, and thank you for reconnecting us to alumni and causing these conversations to happen today. We are looking forward to now having you back fully and incorporating others who are not alumni and asking for where do we link and also celebrate this. Want to appreciate, we wouldn't have had this event if we didn't have an audience. And so I want to appreciate the students, want to appreciate the DUSA leadership, President Nalwa, can you stand? You know, the other day you said being a short man does not mean? Does not mean what? He is our president, DUSA president, Mr. Walter Nalwa, and I saw you are governor for Athi River, but he seems to have left, a lawyer, from the School of Law. And so on behalf of all the students, we appreciate the mobilization, not only for those physically present, but also those that are in the online space. Faculty members as well, deans. I see Mr. Nathan Masambu, School of Communication. There were a lot of us, faculty, HODs, deans, but some have gone to teach. I hope speakers, you will understand. Learning is still happening. So thank you. Please receive an appreciation on behalf of the teaching staff. Want to appreciate our Vice Chancellor for hosting this event. I think you can tell he is the host, and I think the DVC also acknowledged that because he is the secretary to the council, and therefore he received the council plea to reconnect academia, the university, back to industry and with alumni. And so in absentia, he has been hosting, and of course through the DVC, his deputy, Professor Faith Nguru. So Professor Airo, we appreciate the leadership that you give the university. Of course, together with the DVC who makes money work and make these things happen, DVC Professor Muturi Washira on the other side of the Vice Chancellor. Want to appreciate specifically the principal Nairobi campus, Professor Michael Bowen. He was not able to be here. I'm actually doing this on his behalf. He has given us the space, the ambience, the facilities to use, and the comfort, including the meals. So we appreciate him. We hope you had good parking when you arrived. You were received well right from the gate. That is the office of the principal Nairobi campus, Professor Michael Bowen. Want also to appreciate the Department of Media and Film Studies in the School of Communication. Again, Nathan, just take it for Dr. Mbogo and the team for enabling the production of this event to happen, relying on the school and all the technology that they have and the skills and the competencies and the experiences, either through staff or students. And so, Dr. Mbogo, we appreciate you very much for that. The sound team, we know we had a few hitches, but you moved fast and controlled and gave us sound to continue. ICT department, kindly receive it on behalf of the manager, Mr. Solomon Boro, and your colleague who was seated there for making all the presentations to run seamlessly from the time we started, and for concentrating Wi-Fi here to make sure that the online community was stayed connected. Even when Kenya Power wanted to take us down, I was assured by the media team that we did not get any disconnection. So you can follow the event because we've been here, and share it, continue to share it and get members, subscribe and share with more people the Daystar channel, Daystar University Live on YouTube. And then we are going to talk, Telling stories. We're going to talk, Yes, Edwin. Okay, I want to appreciate the media team led by Gabriel Amani, and from the calls that were made by the presenters, nurturing talent. We can attest that media team is actually made up of students, and those that we can absorb, we do. The team leader just graduated last November, got a job before he walked down the line, and working with the rest of the students. Moses Wafula, we appreciate you. You've been very consistent in supporting work at the ICT department. Appreciating the corporate affairs team, which I lead, and for all the branding, for event moving, Mr. Alex Mutuku seems to have left. Isaac Logadiro, where is Isaac? Oh, sorry, I keep calling you Isaac. Israel Logadiro, you do great. You know your voice is an asset. Keep it and keep it working for others. So thank you, Israel, for working together with us. We continue to nurture talent, even now as you chair the graduating class, okay? And the event managers, my colleague Jean Murungi at the back, they're the people behind the scenes, and I hope you get celebrated, making us comfortable, giving us great hospitality. And I know we've been here for a long time, but kindly, don't walk out before you have a meal, because we have something for each one of us. And the social media team, you've done a great job. Besides the live stream and the photography that was happening, our students, Seth and others, Rachel, I've seen great work on social media. We are tagging the organizations that we are here speaking to us, and so let us keep the conversations going and the word going, and we are ready to continue to engage. And so with that, I hope I've not forgotten anyone. If I have, it was not intentional. For whatever contribution we've all made, few most welcome. I now want to welcome our university chaplain, Reverend Stephen Duto, to come and give us a word of benediction. And as we do, reminded that our guests, we are heading to 7th floor for lunch, and the rest of us right into mezzanine, right here, we all will get a hot meal courtesy of the organizing committee. And God bless you once again. My name is Damaris Kimilo, heading corporate affairs and marketing. It was nice to reconnect. Our lawyer, remember, you asked a question. Am I a communicator? Am I a marketer? Am I a lawyer? And I can assure you, within the School of Law at Daystar University, I want to assure you, we have media and communications law as a specialty area of study at Daystar. Kindly don't walk out before you talk to us, and you can find your niche there.
Asante. Tusimame, can stand, ndio tuombe sisi wote. Want to thank each and every one of us, and thank you, our facilitators, for great sharing today. I was here right from the beginning. I was listening to the dichotomy between the academy and the industry. I heard very well the recommended framework for bridging the gap. I was waiting for questions time. I hope we will have that at some time, maybe another phase 2. I need to ask Bwana Gitonga a question on DC. But we'll ask them later, another time. I want to say we are grateful to the Lord for creating such an opportunity for us to know our usefulness in the marketplace depends on so many things. The scaring statement Gitonga made was that our GPS will take us to the door of the employer, but not inside the building of the employer. And that's just to let us know that there's much more than just what we are doing in the academics. And we are grateful for that wake-up call. Let us pray together. God, we thank you for such an opportunity that we've had today to celebrate knowledge and experience that, Lord, you've accorded us according to our riches in glory. We pray for ourselves that we will continue to be responsible stewards for that which you've given us. And Lord, even as we walk out of this place, we pray that we will continue to be empowered, to be given that kind of ability and capacity to know that we can do everything that you've enabled us to do. And now may the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forevermore. Amen. God bless you.
So I request us to walk through the rear door, turn right, and we will crystallize today in a group photo before we can head for lunch. Thank you. Let us move out fast. It's been a long day, so that we save on time. Thank you. Yes, just outside. Through the rear, turn right, outside. You will find the team waiting so that we get organized faster. Every student in the room, kindly be part of that. I see all of us. I see that one. Can't remember her name, Bogo. Joanne, involvement. You need to touch base with Edwin, eh? Yeah. So kindly let us step outside and do that snapshot of the moment. ICT, kindly be part of that. Yes, outside, yes.